Hello everybody, welcome into my latest live broadcast. Today it is Monday the 22nd of November 2021. Welcome in, come on in, say hello. In front of me is a computer you might recognize. This was built by Remus Computer Solutions in Las Vegas, Nevada. And this was built for Madi here in the chat room, Madi OL. You guys are probably, if you've been in the chat room or you've watched my videos, I'm sure you guys know Madi. And in fact, Madi's there in the chat room with good timing because we're going to look at his computer. I will tell you that we keep continuing to have misunderstandings on how to ship computers. So very quickly, I'll go over it again. I highly recommend if you're going to ship your computer that you would ship it via FedEx and ask the FedEx people to pack it and box it for you. The box and the packing, it's usually about $20 extra. And usually I pack in a box that is 22 inches by 22 inches by 22 inches. It's a 22-inch cubed box. Now the biggest box FedEx has is a 24-inch cubed box. But you have to understand the cost of shipping is directly related to the size of the package, also the weight, but a lot of it has to do with the size and how much room it's going to take up on the truck. So when Madi shipped this, he took it to his local FedEx office and he said, I want you to pack this for me and lay it flat. So Madi got all that right. They laid it flat with the video card facing, correctly seated so that the video card's not hanging upside down. And what they did, for some reason, they picked the biggest box they had, which is the 24-inch, which is too big of a box for this. This should have been in a 22-inch box. I shipped the Corsair 2200, the Corsair 200R gets shipped in a 22-inch cubed box. But for whatever reason, they picked the 24-inch box, and then they filled it with packing material, which is this brown paper. And they wrap the computer in fat bubble wrap. They have a fine, smaller bubble wrap and a fat one. And this is pretty traditional, the way FedEx wraps these computers in bubble wrap, and that's fine. But what they're supposed to do is and pay particular attention to this, they're supposed to cut the box down. So what does that mean? Well, if you've got a 22-inch wide box, it's 22 inches long and 22 inches tall, or in this case, 24 inches wide, 24 inches long, and 24 inches tall. This computer any computer needs to lay flat, like this, inside of the box. And preferably, and FedEx employees should know to do this, but we're running into some real employment issues here, and a lot of people haven't been on the job very long that are working at these places. So you might have to train them. So they need to wrap this in bubble wrap, top to bottom, side to side. It should be wrapped two different ways. Wrap it around this way with bubble wrap, wrap it around the other way with bubble wrap. Then they take this brown paper called Ram Pack and they place it down in the box. You want at least 2 inches of cushion around the computer, underneath and above the computer. 2 inches, minimum. So they set the computer down into the Ram Pack with the bubble wrap, they lay it flat, and then they filled the rest of the box up with paper until they reached the top of the box and then taped it closed. So that cost $213 to ship. It was $100 more because they did not cut down the box. So what cut down the box means is when you're at the top of the box and you got the flaps, if you take a blade and you cut straight down the corner on each side, the flaps effectively become longer. Do you understand? And the height of the box starts to drop. So you'll take it and you'll cut the sides until you're about 2, 3, 4 inches over the top of the computer. Like if you're enclosing anything else with your computer, you would place it on top. And then, like I say, give it 2 inches, and then they cut down to that point, and then they fold the entire thing down, and then fold the other one down, fold the other one down, fold the other one down, and then they tape it down. So now you're still going to have a box that's 24 by 24, or as I prefer, 22 by 22, but now your height's been cut practically in half. Now that should take your shipping with the box, with FedEx Ground, it should be right around $100 shipping coast to coast. The other thing, the other mistake that was made is Marty said, I want to make sure it's insured. And the FedEx person said, it's insured. Well, all FedEx packages by default are insured for $100. And this computer had no additional insurance on top of that. So on top of paying $213 for a mostly empty box to be shipped, it was only insured for $100. The good news is it was packed super well. It arrived fine, no problem. It's going to fill up my recycle bin just to throw away all the packing and everything. But he spent more than he should have for this. And it didn't hurt anything other than his wallet. But I would suggest making sure that you instruct the FedEx employee that you want the box cut down and that you need 2 inches of packing around anything electronic you're sending. If you're sending back a motherboard to Gigabyte or any other motherboard manufacturer, if you're sending back RAM to Corsair or any other manufacturer, they will tell you when you ship this back, you don't just put it in an envelope. You've got to make sure you've got 2 inches of packing all the way around it, top, bottom, left to right, front and back. And your failure to do so may void your warranty depending on how it arrives. So heads up on that, just be aware. I asked Steve, another customer whose machine I've got to get out. He wants to send me another computer, but we had a little shipping issue with the way they packaged it. And he said, he was asking if he could send the computer now. And I said, yeah, if you want to send it, go ahead. I'm still working on the first one, and he wants to send me a second one. And he said, you know what I'll do? I'll wait, and when I get the first one back from you, I'll put the second one in the same box. That way I know it's going to be packed correctly. And that's great. These FedEx boxes can be used 2 or 3 times before they start to fall apart in most cases. And it should run you right around $100 or less, depending on where you're shipping. So from here to Florida, with insurance, like this should have been insured for about $1,800. That would have added probably another $20, $30 to the price tag. Fortunately, it was packed so well, it probably didn't need insurance as far as damage, but maybe theft. In the meantime, though, it did arrive okay. And when I ship it back, it will go into a 22-inch box that's cut down. I always send receipts to people I'm sending computers to so they can see the size of the box, they can see how much insurance, and that's all on the receipt. And I was able to tell from Marty's receipt exactly how he got to over $200 on his shipping. So again, didn't really hurt anything but the wallet. But that's what happens if you trust an employee to do a job that needs to be done very specifically. And we think that this employee is fairly new at the company and they just didn't know any better. I've also been told some FedEx locations are franchised owned, or they're all franchised owned, and some may not do or offer packing, even though they still sell the packing material in the box. It's very easy to do it yourself. Just ask them for the 22-inch box. Measure your case. If your case is 20 inches or smaller, then that's going to give you well, take it back. If your case is about 18 inches or smaller, you want 2 inches at both sides of packing material. So Corsair $200 is about 17 inches, and you don't have to include the feet, right? We only care about the height from the bottom of the case to the top of the case, not the added area for the feet. So a 22-inch box usually works for most computers that I ship, and the extra large computers, they go into the 24-inch box, but I've only done maybe 3 of those. The vast majority is the 22-inch box. And so even the FedEx stores that don't offer to pack it for you still sell all the materials, and you can do it right there in the store. And you'll lay down that paper material, you'll scrunch it down on the bottom of the box. You will wrap the computer in the bubble wrap where the bubbles are about this big each, not the little bubble wrap, but the fat bubble wrap, and give it a wrap twice this way and twice this way. That's going to give you about 2 inches of padding all by itself. Lay it flat in the box, as I just had it on the Lazy Susan, and if you have a graphics card installed, make sure you're not putting the computer in with the graphics card hanging upside down, because it'll likely get dislodged during shipment. So then you take the rest of the RAM pack, whatever you need there to put on top, and then you cut the corners of the box straight slicing down. so that you can fold those flaps and make the flaps longer essentially. And that reduces the height of the box to where you need it. Tape it closed, slap your address label on it, you're good to go. You'll have to talk to the FedEx folks about if you want to insure it and how much you want to insure it for. All FedEx packages have $100 by default insurance. Anything $500 or more will require a signature. They won't just leave the package at the door. So with that said, this was overpacked, but it arrived just fine. Wasn't even a mark on the box. Looked beautiful, and they even delivered it a couple days early. I don't think it was scheduled to be here until today, and it arrived on Friday or Saturday. It arrived earlier than expected. But here's the machine now. It's been about a year since Anthony had built this at Remus Computer Solutions. And what happened was we made a little deal back then, if you guys are new or maybe you don't remember. Marty's got about 4 computers, and I thought it might be fun if we ordered a computer from Anthony Remus and compared his building style to my own. And I assured Marty that I will make sure that everything's good with it. You know, he was a little concerned because he's accustomed to working with me. And I said, well, I'm going to make sure everything is passing my standards. And I was very impressed with the work Anthony does. So what's happened is, for one reason or another, the Samsung Magician software does not recognize the Samsung 970 NVMe drive we've got in there. And you know, I've had some people email me about this, and there's a number of reasons why this can happen. But when we had it last year, before I sent it to Marty in Florida, it was working. I'm pretty sure we ran the Magician, we checked all that. So we're going to fire it up, hook it up, turn it on, and verify that the Samsung Magician is not detecting a Samsung drive. So Marty's a bit concerned because he thinks he might have a bad motherboard, or he might have a failing NVMe drive. There could be a BIOS setting that's causing it. There could be an NVMe driver that's causing it. Let's just boot it up and take a look. Any of these things are possibilities, but the first thing we have to do is verify the symptom the customer is describing. Also, Marty doesn't like the silver cooler. Even though there's no window on this case, you can see through it from the top, and he doesn't like seeing that. And he's asked me if I will swap it out for the Mugen 5 in black. I don't know if I'll have time to do that today. Marty also mentions he's not a real big fan of this particular case. It's not terrible. It could be quieter. This is a pretty loud system. We've got the fan in the back here, 2 fans up in the front, plus the CPU fan, plus the power supply fan, and plus the 2 fans on the 2080 Ti graphics card. So it can get a bit noisy, and a Pure Bass 600 from Be Quiet would probably make a pretty good difference in the noise level. He says sometimes at night he's got to turn it off. It can get that loud. The Pure Bass 700 that I built for Marty about 1.5 years ago, that's his main go-to computer. That's his favorite one. And he said that one's just absolutely whisper quiet, and he'd like this to be more like that. Planet Cryos contributes $10. He says, how is the best PC man doing? Have a good live stream, Kerry. I'm at work listening in the background. Thank you, Planet Cryos. Appreciate that very much. If you feel like editing anything, that interview with JJ, nearly every question that was asked in that interview could be turned into a short video. From how do you adjust the antennas, what's the proper positioning of the antennas, which router is best for you. Gosh, there's probably 10 good quick tips in there. So if you're looking for some easy edits, my friend, have at it. Covenant Kid contributes $10. He says, hey, Kerry, hope you're doing well. Been watching your content for a while, and I appreciate it a lot. The review of the Redkey convinced me to pick one up, and it's very handy. Take care. Love to hear that. I'm going to be talking more about the Redkey coming up here in a couple weeks, because they've got a big update coming out. And I think it's going to come out in July, but they've started a new Kickstarter for it, and I'll have more information on that real soon. But if you want a heads up or a head start on what that video is going to be, just do a YouTube search for Redkey, and you should see their latest content. I think they even posted something new today. And there's Marty with a $50 contribution. Thank you, Marty. Mitch Morrison is in the house. Mitch says hello from Eagle, Colorado. Glad to hear that he's made it safely. And Patrick Russa is in the chat, noticing the GPU is sagging a little bit. Yeah, we do have a little GPU sag. It doesn't hurt anything, but yeah, it's a little bit droopy on this side here. But it's okay. That's within the normal range. Planet Cryos contributes another $20. He says, will do and thank you. Oh yeah, I'm telling you, Planet Cryos. A lot of people don't want to sit through a 2-hour video of nerds talking about Wi-Fi. I did it, and I'm not so sure I wanted to. No, it's a great video. I think it's one of the best interviews I've done. And JJ's super easy to interview. So I think there's a lot of good short content there for people who just want to know what is this or what is that. You know what I mean? Instead of having to sift through 2 hours of content to find that one piece of information. So I think there's a lot we can make from that. Didn't know Redkey was still making stuff. Oh yeah, Redkey's got a Kickstarter campaign. Let me just Google search for that. Redkey Kickstarter. Yes, this should be it right here. It says it was last updated November 13th, 2021. And I should be able to share. I gotta figure out how to share it with you guys. Can I just copy this maybe? It's a long URL. Yeah, that'll work. Here's the Kickstarter for I think this is the regular Redkey there if you guys want to learn more about that. And if I go to YouTube and I look up Redkey, I know they just posted a couple of videos. I just have to find it. These are all older. They have their own YouTube channel. You could subscribe to them. That's how I know they have new content, as I saw it appear in my subscriptions list. And if I just give it a quick look, I should be able to pull this up pretty quickly and share the link with you. Yeah, here we go. Oh, this is a TikTok video. Okay, well, that's fine. Let's hit the share link. This is a very short video. This is the upcoming Redkey. And I will put here, let's see. Should be that right there. I think. Yeah, and that was just published yesterday, the 21st. So yeah, this is the new key that's coming out, the Redkey version 4, and I think it's due out sometime in July, but I'll have more on that. Redkey is a device used for securely erasing hard drives and solid state drives. If you're somebody who has to make sure a drive is wiped clean, I mean like a Department of Defense level of wipe, so data can never be recovered. Apart from destroying the drive, the Redkey is a bootable USB device that you can use to boot from, and have it securely erase a drive. And it will take a couple hours, because it basically is writing to every sector of the drive. The bigger the drive is, or the slower it is, the longer it's going to take. But when it's done, nobody will be able to recover anything. And then if you wanted to sell the drive or reuse it, you don't have to worry about the person who gets it running file recovery software and finding anything that was on it. I think for most people it really doesn't matter. I think you could probably just format or remove the partitions from a drive and sell it. I don't think most people who have computers have any knowledge of how data recovery works. However, better safe than sorry if you have data on there that you absolutely want to be sure can never be recovered. Data recovery, when it comes to, oh no, I lost my data, how do I get it back? Or that's a common question, and the other one is, Data recovery, how can I make sure no one can ever get my data back? it's one extreme to the other. The first answer is, of course, back up your stuff, make copies of it in other locations. And the second answer would be use a secure erasing device. There's hardware you can buy that does the job of erasing drives, like the, I've got one over here. Where did I put it? Oh, it's down here. When I erase hard drives, this doesn't work on SSDs, and nor does a lot of the free utilities won't securely erase solid state drives. And they'll usually have a disclaimer. Whatever drive destruction utility you're about to recommend in the chat room probably doesn't work on solid state drives. Redkey does, but this, in fact, I don't even think this does, but this is the YBTech drive eraser. And I use that a lot when I'm erasing drives. And I just stick with the defaults. I plug a drive into it. I hit enter, and it's a standalone unit I plug in the wall, so it's not consuming space on my bench. I can stick it on the floor, let a drive run as long as it needs to run. A big drive with an ultra secure erase could take 2 hours or more, and they get pretty warm. So I'll do it at night before I go to bed, and it'll be just waiting for me in the morning. So you can get a hardware solution or the Redkey, which is much, much cheaper. But I'll have more information on that coming up. Also, be aware that the site that I recommend people go to buy Windows and Office keys, the site has changed. The new links are in this video, below the video. I've tried it, everything works great. You can get Windows 10 for $13, at least until the end of this month, and I'll be making another video to talk about that. And I've got about 16 videos I have to make this week. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but plan for a lot of content coming out. So let's get back to Marty's PC here, and let's figure out what's going on. I'm gonna come around the counter, and we're gonna start plugging things in and fire this bad boy up. Anytime you receive a computer, always open it and inspect it for anything loose or not seated. Make sure all the RAM is seated, all the cables are plugged in before you turn it on for the first time. If there's anything that's not seated well and you turn it on, it could short circuit and cause damage. But if you catch it before you turn it on, before you plug it in, and you correct it, then likely there won't be any damage at all if something just popped out and has to be reseated, whether it's a cable, a RAM module, a video card. All right, so let's see what we got. We got power. Switch is in the off position. There's power. An HDMI cable right there. Network cable right here. And I'll flip the switch on. Then I'm going to step around and we're going to plug a keyboard and mouse into it, which I've already got set up here. There's my keyboard, my mouse. Make sure they're turned on. And I will plug in right up here to the front. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put myself, where'd I go? I'm going to put myself in a corner here. Here we go. Maybe like that. And then we'll turn on the HDMI input and hit power. Everything's starting to spin. Let me just make sure everything's starting to spin. Let me step around. I want to visually make sure that this fan is spinning, this fan is spinning, these fans are spinning. Everything looks good. We've got a light on the motherboard that's glowing. In just a minute, we should see something happen on the screen, I hope. We'll get some acknowledgement. There it goes. Charles Vandola contributes $2. Thank you, Charles. All right, let me move this keyboard over here, because you know I'm going to get them mixed up throughout this whole video, right? It's going to happen. And there we go. So we're at the desktop, obviously. And let's see, Samsung Magician should be down in the corner here somewhere. Yeah, right here. We'll double click. Oh, That came up awfully quick and awfully empty. It's very empty. Settings, information. That's the help center. We're not getting anything at all from the Samsung Magician, which is very strange. One of the first things that I would do in this situation is I would go to the device manager by right-clicking on the start button, going to device manager, and then I want to look for the NVMe driver, which is usually under storage controllers. And it says there's an Intel chipset SATA RAID controller. See, that could be a problem. SATA RAID controller isn't going to allow the Samsung Magician software to see it. So what we're going to have to do is go into the BIOS. So we're going to restart this again. And this time, when it says, press F2 or delete to enter the BIOS, we're going to do that. And we've got to do it relatively quickly when the message appears. You've got to hit that button right away. So patiently waiting for this to restart. Here we go. As soon as the BIOS screen pops up, or the main post screen, the power on self-test screen, should happen any time now. This restart's taking a bit longer than I expected. There we go. I'll start pressing delete. See what it says at the bottom of the screen? Press delete or F2 to enter the UEFI BIOS. And then we're going to go over to something about storage, PCH storage configuration. SATA controller enabled. We don't have any SATA installed on this, but the SATA mode is Intel, is it the Rapid Start Technology, RST? I would change that to AHCI, because if you have Intel RST enabled, the Samsung Magician won't be able to find your Samsung drive. Now, while this should only affect SATA drives, and we're in NVMe mode, I'm a little concerned about another setting in here that might be to blame. So again, I'm back over to Advanced and SATA controllers. That should be fine. We go to Tool. Somewhere in here should be something about the NVMe drive. Not quite sure where it is in this. This is an ASUS motherboard. BIOS version 1903, same as Windows. That's weird. The Intel Management Engine firmware, that could also be something that needs to be updated. We're running an Intel Core i9 9900KS. Good luck finding one of those these days, at least for under $2,000. That looks good. Let's just make that one change, and then let's save changes and reset. And let's see what happens now. I'm pretty sure Madi doesn't have any SATA drives. Yeah, all he's got is the one NVMe drive. He doesn't even have a second one. That's all there is. So in theory, we could even disable the SATA controller because he's just not using it. But that could be loading a driver that's not compatible with the Samsung Magician, and then the software may not be able to jump over that to get to the NVMe side of things. I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what's happening here. But let's see what happens when we get to the desktop this time. Now, normally a BIOS change won't happen unless there's a BIOS update or if the machine was reset for some reason. I believe Anthony put a slight overclock on this. Madi doesn't need that. It's just going to create more noise because it generates more heat. So we're going to set everything back to standard. Now this is interesting. Now we have a blue screen with an inaccessible boot device. Now again, that should have nothing to do with that NVMe drive or solid state drive. So I'm going to try it one more time. I want to see that blue screen one more time, and I want to take a closer look at which drive we've got in here, just to verify, we've got the 970 Evo Plus. Let's see. Yeah, it's a 970 Evo Plus 2 terabyte. It's the drive you guys see me use a lot on higher end builds. I think on this build, I had sent some of these parts to Anthony. I sent him the cooler, the drive. I think I sent him the RAM. I can't remember if I think I sent him the graphics card. So I think Anthony provided the case, the cooling fans on the case, and he might have provided the power supply. I can't remember. It's been a while. It was a year ago. So, but I worked with Anthony to decide which parts I was sending and which ones I wasn't. And as you can see here, we've got this stop code that tells us that by changing that controller, just that one little change, that's creating a blue screen of death, which I think is pretty unusual. So again, if we were booting off of a SATA drive, that would make sense. But we're booting off NVMe, which should have nothing at all to do with AHCI. Now, let's see, what are they saying in the chat room? Guardian Soul Blade said, I've never seen this kind of problem, so this is interesting. GM says, because you turned on AHCI, that's why it's blue screening? Try booting into safe mode to get the AHCI drivers installed. Not a bad idea. If we turn it back on, we'll hold down the left shift key. Let's see if that'll get us in safe mode. I think that's the routine. Peter Laycock. Hi, Peter. Peter joins us from Bonnie, Scotland. He's got a 50-pound contribution. Very generous. Thank you, Peter. He says, good morning, Kerry, and everyone in the chat from Bonnie, Scotland, where the temperature in Edinburgh is 41 degrees Fahrenheit. Whew, it's brisk. It's in the 70s here. 70, let's see, it's 10 o'clock at night in Phoenix. Currently, the temperature outside is 66 degrees. It's cooling down. And this week is going to be the last warm week. Next week, it should be in the 60s, I think, all next week. Suddenly, this is the Weather Channel. Now, I'm going to let automatic repair try and fix this. I'm kind of curious what it's going to do. So right here, you see the option. It says press restart to restart your PC, which sometimes, well, we've already done that. We'll hit advanced options. And then, let's see, troubleshoot, advanced. Let's do startup repair. And let's see what it does. Shouldn't hurt anything. Sometimes it fixes a problem, and I wouldn't count on it to fix the problem, but there's nothing wrong with wishful thinking. So we'll let it do this. Now it says checking disk for errors. This might take over an hour. Not on an NVMe solid state drive. It's not going to take that long at all. But yes, if you have an older laptop or a mechanical drive, the bigger and slower the drive is, the longer this is going to take. But if it's fixing it for you, go watch some TV. Let it work uninterrupted and then come back and check it. Linda Hudson says, hello. Hi, Linda. Haven't seen you in a while. Garcia Boy says it's 24 degrees Fahrenheit in southern Illinois. Whew, that sounds like snow weather. You guys got snow out there? David Griswold says 29 degrees Fahrenheit here in Michigan. That must be northern Michigan, I'm going to guess. And 28 degrees Fahrenheit in upstate New York, says Selden Bell. 30 degrees in Pennsylvania, says Samuel Kowalski. And 36 degrees in Olathe, Kansas. That's from Vern Mahorny. B.H. Ringer says 53 degrees Fahrenheit in Nova Scotia, Canada. So we're going to go ahead and let this do its thing. So while we're waiting, we can just chit-chat if you guys want to chit-chat. Hang out. Say hello. Tell me what's going on in your life. I'm going to make this a little bigger. Randy says it's 30 degrees Fahrenheit in Toronto, Canada. Well, now what's it doing? Why did the screen change? Just turned blue? Okay. Let's see what happens. Look, it appears to be rebooting. Devontae says, where can you have one of those custom adhesive company badges made, like the one in front of the case? I have no idea. I had a friend of mine do it. But you could probably go to Etsy or somewhere like that. There's probably people there that can do that for you. Anytime I'm looking for something unique that's handcrafted, handmade, or customized, I go to Etsy. That's my go-to now. Versus, you know, buying product at Amazon, which is everybody gets the same thing. At Etsy, you can find some really unique stuff. All right, let's see if we're going to blue screen or if we're going to get into Windows this time. Aaron, Computer Tech says, thanks for that CDK deals update. I was wondering why I couldn't find Office/Windows keys. Yeah, they work now. All the links I have to go back to all my videos and replace the links, but in the most recent videos, I've already done that, including this one now. Those are the new links. Please be sure to use my coupon code so you make sure you get that 30% off. They're going to run that 30% off until the end of the month with the coupon code of Carrie. And you know what's funny to me is I still, every once in a while, get some commenter accusing me of selling illegal product keys. And yet, I've had a discussion with Microsoft to the extent that Microsoft will talk to me. And Microsoft's essential go-to is, if it activates, it's legal. If you don't believe me, try it. The one thing I can tell you is anybody who tells you that these keys are not legit or are not legal has never bought one from this place. I'm not saying they're all legit, all these places that sell these inexpensive keys, but this place, absolutely, I have checked it every single way, sideways and upside down. I've talked to Microsoft about it. I have, and again, Microsoft doesn't really give you much information, but their general go-to is always, if it activates, it's legit. And these keys don't have any problem activating. It's not like I was buying keys from a legit place and they were supposed to be legit keys, and I constantly had to call Microsoft to get them activated by hand. These keys, they just work the way they would, the way they're supposed to, for both Microsoft Office and for Windows. I do recommend that you install Windows without a product key and then add the product key afterwards. But make sure you install the right version, get the product key for the right version. Don't go buying a product key for Windows 10 Home and expect it to work on Windows 10 Pro or vice versa. And those product keys will also work to activate the equivalent Windows 11 as well. So Windows 11 versus Windows 11 Pro. Okay, so we're still having this problem. I'm going to try and get into safe mode. So I'm going to hold down, is it the right shift button, the left shift button? I don't remember, but I'm going to turn it back on. Oh, it's already starting up. I'm going to hold the shift button down, see if that gets us into safe mode. Samuel contributes $5. Thank you, Samuel. Thanks for supporting the channel here. Also to Ross Whitehead, and I'm forgetting somebody. I hate it when I forget somebody. I'll have to go back and look at my phone. And Jose, thank you for your continual support as well. Okay, so we're back here to the automatic repair. I'm just going to say, just keep going. Just let it boot up this time. The automatic repair did not work. I don't expect it to, but every once in a while you get lucky, you know. SJ Miola says, Best Buy is charging me $65 a year for Microsoft Office. Am I being robbed? I don't know, because I don't buy a subscription base of Office, and I don't recommend you do either. You can buy the perpetual license of Office 2016, Office 2019, or Office 2021 at the site using the links below. And then it's good for indefinitely, at least until support ends. Support ends strangely on the same day for Office 2016 and Office 2019. And in Office 2021, you only get like an extra year. But we'll see what they do with that. Microsoft wants you on a subscription. They want that money coming in on a regular basis with Office 365. Okay, so holding the shift key down didn't do what I needed it to do. So now I'm going to turn it back on, and I'm going to hit F8 And I will start to hit F8 here in just a minute. Bora wants to know if the BIOS is correct for the motherboard. I haven't checked. I'm assuming it is because you should not be able to put the wrong BIOS on a motherboard. They should have made that motherboard manufacturers basically don't allow anything but the right BIOS. They won't allow you to flash the wrong BIOS unless you're of a rather technical mindset and you know the commands to ignore the checks. But you'd have to be super nerdy to do that, and you would have dug your own grave if you did it. So in general, if the BIOS is accepted, it is the right BIOS. It's not like the old days where you could put any BIOS on any motherboard. They check now. Okay, so that's not what I wanted. This gave me the boot up menu. F8 was the boot up menu. So for safe mode, we need to do, let's see. Let me move this out of my way. Let's go to Google. It's been a long time since I've had to do this. Boot Windows 10 safe mode. And let's see what Google says. Press the Windows, go to MS config. Well, we can't get into Windows. Start your PC in safe mode. Let's see, Windows 10. It says from Windows. I don't want that. Can't get into Windows. I need to know, that's F4. So select press F4 to start your PC in safe mode. Okay, that's what I needed to know. So we'll come back over here. Let me bring up my screen. I'll push the power button, and I'll get ready to press F4. And you want to press F4 as soon as Windows starts to load, or even right now we can start pressing F4 over and over and over again. Then starts this thing again. Gerald said it's the left shift key. Yeah, I was holding down the right one. I thought it was the left one. All right, F4, 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 come on. It does seem like it's booting a little bit slow. I'm not sure why, but we can check the BIOS version and even reset all the BIOS settings. There could be a BIOS setting in there that's been changed, and rather than go through them one by one, you would just load optimized defaults. And it looks like I've missed it again. F4 is not doing anything for me here. Yeah, so we're back to that square. We're back to square one. Push this again, and let's hold down the left shift key this time and see if what we can do. Madi says Control-Alt-Delete. Yeah, I'm not going to do a Control-Alt-Delete, Madi. That's typically used when you're within Windows and you want to bring up the task manager or shut down individual applications if something is frozen. We're not even getting Windows loaded at this point, and Windows did load until I changed to AHCI mode on the SATA controller. I find that completely fascinating since, in theory, that should have no effect on an NVMe driver because we're not on the SATA controller. So one more time, I'm going to do this one more time. We'll see what happens. I'll hold down left shift key. And let's see if we can get this bad boy into safe mode. Flytech Bass says, I might be late, but Samsung Magician shows the Samsung NVMe SSD 970 up on my computer. Well, I'd hope so. Otherwise, you might want to send it to me for repair. That's what Monty did. You see, this was showing in Samsung Magician, and then one day it just stopped. And I've had a number of people say that the Samsung Magician can't see the drive, but it is supposed to see the drive. That's why it's here. That's why this is a video. That's the whole content of today's video. It's not, I'm not saying it's not supposed to be seen. If so, there wouldn't be anything for me to fix, and it would be unnecessary for me to title the video as I have. So do read the video titles, please, folks. I'm going to go into the BIOS here this time around, and I'm going to reset just the optimized defaults. Because I don't know if Anthony has overclocked something that isn't set correctly or has been changed willingly or unwilling, knowingly or unknowingly. So let's go back in the BIOS. I missed it again. All right. Okay, we're going to do a restart again. We've already done the advanced options. Some people in the chat room must just be joining us and they can't be bothered to catch up before offering suggestions. That's not helpful. So please do us both a favor before you make suggestions. Catch up with us. You can rewind this live video and you can see I've already gone through the advanced options. Now I realize safe mode is probably under the advanced options as well, but that's not really beneficial to me at this point because I'm trying to start safe mode in a certain way, and there are numerous ways to start in safe mode, and I'm trying to figure out why that's not working. Like I said, there's bypasses and other ways of doing it, but the left, I thought it was the left shift key. Also, I thought F7 was supposed to do it, but what I want to do right now, so I'm going to go over to exit, and then I want to go to load optimized defaults right here. Click OK. And then I want to go to the advanced section again and see if it's changed that PCH storage configuration back to Intel again. Yeah, no, it's left it at AHCI, which is perfect. So we can exit and then save changes and reset. Yeah, all that looks good, so we'll click OK. Rakshit Patel contributes $4.99. He says, I bought both Windows and Office keys, and I appreciate you, Carrie, for looking out for us. Right on. I would not recommend a product I don't use myself or sell to my own customers. And trust me, there are hundreds of companies reaching out to me asking if I will promote their product on this channel. And some of these products, you guys, you have to see these emails. Some of these products are like gardening equipment, makeup. So, yeah, I don't know nothing about it, either one of those things. I just want to see if by putting the BIOS back to defaults, if that makes any difference in the boot up at all. I'm just curious. I suspect we're still going to get the same blue screen. And we did. So I'm still trying to figure out this whole function key. As mentioned, you know, going into advanced options, choosing startup mode, safe mode rather, is an option, but I'm missing, there's a piece missing here. And it's been such a long time since I've done it. I can't remember. So let me do another quick Google search and see if I can't pull up what the key is. All right, on a blank screen, hold the power button in for 10 seconds, locate. When it's powering back up, oh, They want us to go to advanced options, and that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, now we're going to turn it back on one more time, and I'm going to try F4 again. F4 should be working for us. I think those automatic repairs throwing us off. Let me just verify safe mode is an option under advanced options. Advanced, troubleshoot, advanced again, startup settings, restart to change Windows options. All right, that should get us the boot menu. It's not really the way I wanted to do it. There is supposed to be a key you can press. It's been such a long time, I can't remember what it is. So we'll do it this way since we are getting that. But what would you do if you weren't getting that screen, right? That's why I'm trying to emphasize this way, because the other way works universally for everyone. The other two ways, one only works if you can boot into Windows, which doesn't apply to us. The other one works if you're getting a startup repair, which we were getting. And then the third option, the way I was trying, would work across the board for everybody equally, except I can't remember what it is. All right, so we'll do option number 4 here, which is enable safe mode. And we'll let it restart. And then we should be able to load the AHCI driver. A couple other contributions have come in. Freedom Flights with $4.99. Says, I built a new computer with an i5 11600K and the Cooler Master 212 Black Edition, and I ran the new version of Prime 95. I gotta say, I'm not a fan of that Hyper 212 from Cooler Master. I think you could have done a better job with the Scythe, but if it's working well for you and you're happy, well done. And thank you for your contribution and for sharing your story. Freedom Flights continues with another contribution and says the highest temperature on the package was 97 degrees. You know, I wouldn't like it if it was 85 or above. I think you should replace the cooler. Put a Scythe on there, Scythe Mugen 5, get the Black Edition. They're out of stock right now, but I'm sure they'll be in stock anytime. Okay. Let's see. That may be all we have to do. It may be just booting it into safe mode. Was all we had to do. Let's just try. Since we've started it in safe mode, well, that was different. I wonder why it did that. It's like it loaded a video driver or something. Let's do start, shut down, and restart. So you notice I didn't make any changes to anything. I just loaded it into safe mode. And that may be all that was needed to load that driver, that UEFI driver. But it's an AHCI driver. And I have done this before, but this is not something I do very often. And I'm having trouble remembering the sequence. That just goes to show you how much better Windows 10 is. If we were still running earlier editions of Windows, that was on the, I was doing that so often to do repairs. I had it down. They've changed it a little bit from one OS to the next. And now it's between that and the fact I can't remember. But yeah, just loading it into safe mode was all we did. And now look, we're back up and booting now. Isn't that silly? Hey, there's John Jack Wilson contributes $25. Hey, thank you, Jack. Appreciate it very much. All right, so that fixed our blue screen error. So remember that. Start it in safe mode, let it sit for a minute to load drivers, and then just do a normal restart. That happens when your drive controller changes. knowingly or unknowingly, it can change. Then I want to, let's see, we'll go back over to the Samsung Magician over here. And, sees the drive. Dashboard history option disabled. Why is that disabled? Benchmark results, the amount of data, it's working now, it's seeing it. Settings. Let's go to update, make sure we've got the latest firmware on the drive. So before it wasn't even showing us the drive. So we can see the drive is there now. And let's see, what else can we do? We've got our temperatures here, it's monitoring. Let's go over to the Performance tab, and then let's go ahead and run the benchmark. Try benchmark. Okay, so we go over to, let's see, drive details, volume, serial number, it's PCIe Gen 3x4, performance benchmark. Let's go ahead and start that and let that run. And while that's running, I'll be happy to address any questions. Thank you in the chat room, again, for kind of pushing me towards that advanced startup for using safe mode that way. It still bothers me I don't have the answer I was looking for, but I could spend an hour just trying to do that. So in the benefit of keeping things moving, we just needed to get in safe mode. It really doesn't matter how we did it as long as we got in it. Usually, like, I'm the kind of person, if I set up if my mind is made up to take a certain route, that's the way I'm going, hell or high water. It's a little bit of stubbornness because I know, as I mentioned, that works universally. What we just did, that assumes you're going to get that screen, which not everybody will get. Now, I'm trying to remember, Madi wanted something else looked at. Maybe we'll get Madi here on the speakerphone and he can join us. What do you guys think? Should we do that? It's only like 12:30 at night in Florida. I'm sure he's up. The NVMe driver is Microsoft, says Patrick Rousseau with the keen eye. Yeah, well, we should put the Samsung driver on there. Absolutely. And Robert Melzi also catches it, says, Kerry, should you update the NVMe driver to Samsung instead? Absolutely, yes. This only applies to Samsung drives, and not all Samsung drives, but the ones that are supported, and this one is. GM says you can also cut the power 3 times during the boot process, which Windows 10 will kick into start mode, or that menu that offers start mode. And that was part of the instructions I was reading. It wanted me to start it and stop it, interrupt it basically by shutting it off while it's loading 3 times. And I just didn't want to wait that long. Stefan A contributes $5 and says, hey, Kerry, could your problem be in the BIOS? The SATA setup need to be at AHCI instead of RAID. Yeah, I think you're pretty far behind us. Let's see, Barry Klein contributes $10. He says, if I go to a bar that has a piano player or stop to listen to a busker, I always drop something in the tip jar for entertainment. Seems right to do that here too. Tech busking, I love it. Thank you, Barry, and thank you, Stefan. Appreciate you guys. Freedom Flights at $1.99 said, should I worry about the high temperatures? I don't know what you should worry about. I can tell you that I wouldn't, if you had me build that computer, I wouldn't send it to you where it could reach temps of 97 degrees Celsius. However, I also don't know what settings you were using in Prime 95. Be sure, no matter what version of Prime 95 you are using, that you watch one of my videos, which is pretty much any build video. Go to the end of it. You'll see me when I start Prime 95. I stick with all the default values on Prime 95 version 26.6. If you replicate those values, which have changed after version 26.6, your defaults are all different. Change those numbers to match what are, you can pause the screen so you can see what the default numbers are on 26.6, or just download 26.6. A Google search for Prime 95 26.6 download should bring it up. But if you just change the numbers, instead of sticking with the defaults on a later version of Prime 95, then if you're still getting over 85 degrees Celsius, I would change the cooler. Jonathan says, I think F4 was correct per your internet search. Once you were on a certain screen in advanced options, you pressed 4. The F4 key would have done the same thing. Master Singleton says, how are you today? I am doing great, thank you. How are you? Okay, so now benchmarks have done their thing, and we can see 3,500 megabytes per second on the sequential reads. A little slow on the writes. The screen just blanked out, which I'm guessing is another driver. Something's happening with the driver. Not sure what's happening there. That's odd. I'm going to put myself up here in the meantime, just because I don't know why that screen just went black. Now it just came back. Usually when that happens, it's because a video card driver is loading. Not sure if that's what's going on, but there definitely seems to be something strange happening there. But again, usually driver related. So because it's plugged into the internet, it may be downloading an update in the background and applying it. And if the screen blanks out like that, it's usually a video related driver. Now, if it continues to do that, something's wrong. So let me go back in here and let's see if we have the NVMe driver. Let's just go to, let's bring up Edge. And we'll go to Samsung, oh, wrong keyboard. I gotta go over here, Samsung.com/SSD. That'll take us to their consumer page. We'll go to download the, let's see, consumer solid, tools and software. That's what I want, tools and software. We'll scroll down. There's the Magician, which is now version 7.00. If you have an older version of Samsung Magician, I strongly advise you to update it. Driver, Samsung NVMe driver. This is a very small download. It's still version 3.3. That hasn't changed. We're going to download that. And we'll open it. Yeah. Perfect. English. Next. Accept. Next. Install. Now, if it hadn't detected the drive, it would not have installed the driver because it's only going to work for Samsung solid-state drives. And so you can't just put that NVMe driver on any NVMe drive. Now, the characters we're seeing on the screen indicate some kind of a video card problem. So the screen blanking out and coming back like that is suggesting to me that we either have an issue with the video card or the power supply or the motherboard. And in most cases, it's the video card that does that. And these video cards have a great warranty through EVGA. And yeah, before this is over, I might be pulling this graphics card out. We're going to go ahead and let it restart. Freedom Flight says, I tried searching for Prime 95 26.6, but I can't find a download link on their website. No, typically you can find it from tech download sites like Major Geeks and places like that. Usually have a library that they're reliable and you know, they're not distributing viruses from those other known software distribution sites that typically provide tech utility software. Robert wants to know if the video disruption could be the capture card. It's possible. It's possible. Oh, that got ugly, didn't it? Let me make sure the cable's plugged in all the way into the back of the capture card, because sometimes I'm a little too gentle with the cables. So I'm going to unplug it and plug it back in. But we could have a video card starting to fail here. Okay, so that's loaded. And now if I bring up the Samsung Magician, it should recognize the Samsung NVMe driver now. I have to make my screen a little larger because it's very difficult for me to see it. Let's go full screen. And drive details. Yeah, NVMe driver is now the Samsung driver. So that's good. That's happy now. That's working like it should work. Close that out. Probably going to need Windows 21H2 on here, I'm going to bet. Let's do update and security. Yeah, feature update to 21H2, download and install. So if you watched my video from was it last week? I showed how to install it manually when it's not offered through Windows Update, and it took about just shy of an hour. If it's offered through Windows Update and you select it, like I've done just now, it takes like 3 or 4 minutes. And I'm not quite sure why there's such a big difference in the amount of time. However, we're going to find out right now as we do it live exactly how long it's going to take. Chris wants me to run another benchmark with the Samsung driver. Says he's curious if the speeds will improve. In my experience, the speeds don't really improve. You can run the benchmark 3 times in a row and get 3 different scores or 3 different speeds. They'll always be in the same ballpark. But we can certainly do that, but I want to go ahead and put this update on here right now. If you guys have questions for me while we're waiting for this to install, I'm happy to do my best to either provide an answer or provide you the direction on how to find your own answer if it's something I don't know off the top of my head, or it's something too complex for me to explain, or something so specific I don't think it would benefit all the other people watching. But don't let that discourage you from asking, because I'll still tell you, even if I'm directing you to Google, I'm not doing it to be snarky, that I'm being sincere. Sometimes the best advice when people want an explanation of more in depth of what I'm giving is to Google it, because I don't think most viewers are interested in that level of depth of knowledge, because my channel is dedicated to speaking plain English to regular computer owners so that they can be empowered to take back control of their computer. I'm not trying to turn anybody into a technician. I just want people to feel more self-reliant and be able to handle a lot of this stuff on their own. Not everything. You can't handle everything on your own. Sometimes with some problems it just makes more sense to take it to a shop. There, that's how long that took to load. That was much quicker. I'll reboot. So again, any questions? This will be the time to ask, folks, while we're waiting for the updates. Let's get Marty on the phone. Let's call him up. Let's see, Marty, where are you? Here he is. Okay, here we go, guys.
Marty, where are you?
Marty. What's happening, Marty?
Let me put the volume down so it won't be Marty, where are you? Marty.
Oh, it's going to be like a radio station now. All right. You watching?
Yeah, I'm watching.
What do you think?
I was surprised the magician kicked in after a minute. Was it set up in a bio or something? What was it?
The SATA controller was in RAID mode for some reason.
Yeah.
Let's see what optional driver updates we've got. Oh, that's for the mouse. All right, we'll put it on there. What the heck? That one doesn't hurt anything.
This could be, what is this? Real Tech? What is this?
That was just a Logitech mouse driver, like an updated one. All right, so now looking once more for updates, I'm going to check, see if you've got the latest VLC on here. You should be at 1.6. Let's check. Yep, you have the latest version. You're keeping that up to date. Very good. Let's see. Oh, there's a cumulative update and an optional quality update. We'll grab those. Why not? We'll give it the beans.
Yeah, because, this computer was on the road, we were sleeping.
What was it?
We were sleeping. The computer was on the road for a week.
Oh, yeah, well, FedEx had it, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. I guess it wouldn't get updates for a week during that time.
Yeah.
All right, you're excused. All right, well, we're going to get these updates. What else did you want me to look at? What else? Were you having any video problems with it at all? Like what I'm seeing?
No. The only thing it was fine here. I never had a problem like that. But I never saw the drive kind of, if it's going to sit in a loose sideways, maybe we have to take it out and put it back in, or maybe just leave it alone.
The NVMe drive, you say, it's not sitting flat?
No, I mean the driver inside the case. It used to be like straight. Now it's a little bit.
Oh, the graphics card.
The graphic card, yes.
That's the weight of the graphics card is causing it to droop. Right. That just happens.
It was not like that before I took it to FedEx, but I didn't. It's
very slight. It's hard to see it in person. When you look at it on camera, it stands out a lot more on camera than it does in looking right at it.
The only reason is the guy in the chat said something, so it just caught my eye. That's the only thing.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, unless the video card's acting up on us like it did. I'm hoping that it's whatever that was, it's out of its system. Otherwise, while I've got it, it might be best to have me create an RMA and send it back to EVGA if that continues to be a problem. We'll run I can run some video benchmarks on it to just work the heck out of it and see if any problems arise.
The only thing I can think is it was not plugged in all the way.
Yeah, I checked it before I powered it on, though. So, I mean, it feels plugged all the way in.
Oh, okay. Well, the only opportunity I wanted is maybe get a case. Well, you were talking about one case. Did Corsair 800, 400, 600 or something?
Well, Bob Connor sent in this Corsair 4000D, And the other case, I know you liked your Be Quiet Pure Base 700. I have a Pure Base 600, which is a little smaller. Now, both of these cases have side windows on them.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you want to avoid that or not. There is a version of the Be Quiet Pure Base 600 that has no side window.
What I think is maybe, well, the holidays are coming. Thursday is Thanksgiving. Friday is Black Friday.
Right. And Monday is Cyber Monday.
Right. So maybe we can go or just peek into Amazon and see. I have a case I like there. So.
Oh, yeah. You think you're going to catch it on sale?
Right. I'm thinking.
Okay.
You know.
Sure. I mean, well, I've got it. If you want me to move the parts out of this into a different case,
I think so.
I'm more than happy to. Well, now, what about the motherboard?
I'm kind of getting sick of the case. But about the motherboard, yeah, we will have to go to a 4x4 setting on there. I think the motherboard, even if it costs like a couple $100.
Well, we can't. This generation of chip doesn't support that.
You mean the NVMe?
Yeah, it doesn't support Gen 4 on a. You'd have to change your CPU out.
The CPU has to be changed.
Yeah, and that's a great CPU. I wouldn't do that. And then you'd have to change out the NVMe drive to take advantage of it too. So I mean, at that point, you're just basically building a whole new machine.
Yes. Okay.
So if it's, I think the board's fine. I don't know, it seems like it's a while on the post screen. Like I would think Windows would boot faster than it's been booting, but I'm only just getting started. There might be, I know you've got a Cronus in there and you've got some other things starting up, and maybe if we take some of that stuff out, it'll speed the boot up time a bit. My main concern though is the fan noise.
Well, when it's night, it's so quiet here. It doesn't bother me. I put the music up a little bit and I'm asleep, but it's just too many fans in there, and it's fine. It's not the end of the world because this computer is gonna go to another room altogether.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's
well, if it's going into another room, see, the thing about this case is it's relatively compact for a full-size ATX case. Like, they don't make them any smaller than this for a full-size ATX that I'm aware of. And that Pure Base 600 is quite a bit larger. If you're going to put this in another room, would you still want to change the case?
I don't know. It depends.
You're going to wait and see if there's a sale. Okay.
Well, it's on sale time. Right now is the best time to buy it.
That's true.
So, so I would probably get on it. Just look in the morning, before you wake up and all that. So I would do that on my own just to find out if there's anything there.
Yeah.
And if there's anything there, if you have the time, then I would like you to do it. But one thing at a time.
Well, I'll make the time for you. But as far as like a lot of these deals, you have to snatch them up pretty quickly. So you'd have to order it and then probably just have it shipped directly to me.
Right. Right. It goes without saying, yeah. Yeah.
And GM is asking about the fan curve in the BIOS. That's true. We can adjust the fan speed in the BIOS. I also want to check and make sure you have the latest BIOS. When's the last time you checked?
I didn't. The last time you did.
Oh, so it's been a year.
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't even try.
I'm trying to remember what board this is. I guess I'm going to step around here and see what it says. I know it's an Asus.
Asus, yeah.
And the graphics card is covering up. Oh, no, it is. It's a Strix Z390E Gaming. Oh, that's a high-end board.
Yeah.
Anthony wasn't screwing around when he made this. All right, let's take a quick look over at Google for the Asus Z390 Strix Gaming, E-Gaming. $300 for this motherboard. What? Oh, that's a 590. No, that's a 590. I see. There it is. Z390E Strix Gaming. Let's look under support. And I'll tell you what, I should be able to share this screen with everybody. What am I missing here?
It's a 390 or 490 or 590?
390.
390?
Yeah, because it's a 9th generation chip. The 490 would have a different socket, and the 590 has the same socket as the 490, and the 690 has a completely different socket on top of that. All right, so here's the page on ASUS. Let's go to, okay, so we're on support, and then we'll go to drivers and tools, and then BIOS and firmware. And the latest BIOS was from January. No, that's not right. It's from September 8th, 2021. So that's, well, it says version 1903. That's what you've got. You didn't update this?
So maybe I did update it.
You must have. I'll bet you. I'm going to tell you. I think I think I know what happened.
What? You got into my computer?
I think that you updated your BIOS, and when you updated the BIOS, it changed the SATA controller to RAID mode, and then that's when your Samsung Magician stopped working.
Nothing really. I'm trying to be honest with you. Nothing happened when I'm trying to think.
But you may not have realized it right away.
No,
it's not like you're going to update your BIOS and immediately go to your Samsung Magician. You could have updated the BIOS, your Windows loaded, everything was fine, and then all of a sudden one day you decide to check Samsung Magician for something, and you're like, hey, this isn't working. I'll bet you that would explain it all.
The Magician did not work like 3 months after we brought it home. I brought it home.
Right, but I'll bet you there was a BIOS update that caused that.
And I did it probably the same way you did it. So I looked at the video, how you did it with the internet.
Yeah.
So, I did it that way, and it probably, and I'm looking at it, you're right, it's August bio. So that means it's been like a month ago. If I update the BIOS in August, that means it's a month old. So you're right. Maybe something like that did happen.
Yeah, because that would put it back about 3 months.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that makes sense. So one of the downsides of updating your BIOS is if you had any special settings in your BIOS, you often have to, you'll lose those settings. And so I think Anthony keeps a record of all the BIOS settings for each machine he builds, because I think he had a slight overclock on this, but I wouldn't overclock it because it's only going to make your fans louder.
The only thing he did, he put it on turbo, so I don't think it will make that much difference for me, one way or another. So it could stay the way it is as long as it's working. Basically it's working good. That's the end of that. Don't have to do anything.
Jason in the chat room is recommending Arctic Cooling P12 or P14 fans rather than the Noctuas. He thinks those are quieter fans. I just don't know how much of the fan noise is coming from the graphics card, but if the machine's just idling, then the graphics card fans are probably not spinning at all.
Right, you turned it off, and then there's only one fan in there because it's a blower style.
I don't think so.
You bought it for me. You bought 2 of them. You remember?
Oh, you're right. You're right. It only has one fan. I'm looking at it now. That is, you are correct. You remember what we paid for that? When I say we, I mean you.
$2,240, something like that.
For the whole computer, but do you remember what the graphics card cost?
Yeah, $2,200.
That doesn't sound right. No, that graphics maybe $1,200. Like.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, like
1,100 was for.
Yeah, 1149, 1249, something like that.
Yeah, 1,200.
Do you remember? Sorry, my microphone fell off. Do you remember what this computer cost you?
How much the computer's parts and I don't remember labor if we worked it out. I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, I guess Peter Laycock is getting ready to go to work. It's morning time in Scotland. Thanks for checking in, Peter. Good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you in the chat.
You want to say hi to Peter?
Just say hi.
Okay, if he's still there. All right, so just finalizing this last of the Windows updates here. I'm wondering which fan is making the noise. It is sounding a little bit noisy.
I think it's because it's facing me. I think it's the two front ones.
Well, the two front ones and the rear one are the same. These look like they're all 140 millimeter fans from the looks of it.
Right, but that side where your head is right now is facing me. So I cannot, those are the loudest, the closest to me.
Yeah. And again, we can go in the BIOS and we can adjust the fan curve, and that could help.
I think you did.
Yeah, but since the BIOS was updated and reset, it has to be done again. Anytime you update the BIOS, you have to set these things back.
Exit, not just save and exit.
Yeah, save and exit with loading defaults is fine for most machines, but this is a higher end machine. And with those fans in there, you would benefit from utilizing the fan curve. So let's go back and restart it again. Let's do a restart. And then I'll do the delete key, and we'll get back in the BIOS. And we should see that here in just a moment.
I don't have a lot of stuff on this computer, but it seems like it's 150 gigs sitting on there. I don't know what it is.
Oh, I can look into that and see what's taking up all the space.
The Cronus probably has something to do with it.
Well, yeah, especially if you're, very, very well could be, if there's any backup images. Let's take a look over here at, we'll go over to Tool. Is it under Tool? No. Where is the fan?
You have 3 minutes on me, so I don't see something what you see.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's going to be a little delay for you. Easy Tuning Wizard. Let's go to Easy Mode, which is F7. And then, let's see, XMP is disabled. I know we can enable XMP.
Yeah, we never enabled it in the first place.
Yeah, we can turn that on. It should be fine.
Here's your fan right
And then
there.
CPU fan, Q fan control. And let's do optimize all. And we'll let the BIOS, what the BIOS is going to do is it's going to crank these fans up and down individually to figure out what each maximum and minimum fan speed is for each fan. And so again, anytime you update the BIOS, you would have to redo these steps. So you might want to save this video for future use if you ever decide to update this BIOS again. Now, when people order a regular computer from me, one that's not super high-end like this one that Anthony built, usually all the BIOS defaults are how I ship them, so that way I encourage people to update their BIOS. In your case, maybe not such a good idea to update the BIOS unless you're willing to lose all those settings and put them all back in again or live without them.
Right.
So right now, the fans are calibrating, and then when it's done, we can choose the silent option for the fan control mode, and we'll see how much quieter we can get them. But these are the budget Noctua fans, which I don't know why Anthony used these because it's not a budget system. But these are the Redux version of the Noctua fans.
That's probably what he had in the drawer,
Oh, that's probably true. There's some reason we used it. I can't remember why. I think we were trying to...
He was trying to impress.
Okay, so here's the results of the duty cycles of each fan. All that looks good. So I'm going to click OK on this. And then I'll say I want it in silent. There we go. And then I should be able to hit escape. Oh, wrong keyboard. Escape on this keyboard, and then F10.
It
Is it
does.
F10 to save and exit? And then we'll click OK.
It does. It does say silent now on a silent mode.
Good, good. It's still kind of loud. Like on
That's what
the systems I build, I don't even usually hear a thing, and I can hear this one.
That's what I wanted to ask you. What does it sound like next to you?
It sounds like white noise, but I would. I know the Noctua, the black Noctua fans are silent fans. I haven't tried these Arctic cooler ones that they were recommending in the chat. Those might be worth looking into.
Yeah. Just if we change the case, I think we can only go with one fan in the back instead of having two like now.
Well, you don't need both fans up front. You do want a fan in the front to help cool that graphics card down.
Right.
It's not absolutely required because it is a blower style. You could take those fans out, or we could even just unplug them. But I don't know. With a graphics card like that, I would feel better at least having one fan blowing air over it, just as a little help.
Right. Instead of two, right.
Yeah. Plus, two are bringing in more dust and debris.
Yeah, a little bit, it does.
All right. I'm wondering what benchmark I can run on this.
You have stuff on there. What I'm looking what you have on there to run.
Well,
Go to documents. I think it will be there, stored there.
I'm going to grab one of these demos that JJ told me about the other day.
That's fine.
I just have to remember where I put them. Let me see, where did I put it? Well, there's the AH.
I'm looking at desktop, and I don't see any displays like that. I think it might be one on documents, but that's as far as I can think about this computer.
Let's see, I've got. I can go. This can go. This can. I'm sorry, I'm just cleaning out my downloads folder on the streaming computer from.
Like I'm using my. It's so stupid, but I'm using my mouse on my on my desktop to scan yellow bytes.
Is that working?
No, it's not working. It's the desktop. It's in front of me, but it's not my computer anymore.
Yeah, it gets tricky when I go full screen like that.
Yeah, it sure does. And it's in a computer in the first place, so it looks like it's my computer. It's funny.
Did you set your screen to be orange like that, or is that something Anthony did?
No, that's all me.
You did that. You like that orange?
Not necessarily orange, but something different from just basic colors.
Okay. Well, I'll leave it alone. I didn't know if it was on purpose or not.
It just, I don't, as many colors, there's not too many to choose, so. And I think the colors will be only in startups and a couple other places.
Okay. Let's see.
The other thing I got in there is the Pro. What does it say? I can't see it that good. Home Pro, something like that. That's a good virus, but it doesn't run 24/7. It's just you run it after something happened.
Gotcha.
But it's very light. It's very light. It's like maybe 20 MBs or something. It's very, very light on a computer. And I can't see anything heavy to see. I mean, besides, there's only one thing I can see I can remove out of the computer. It's a Cronus, which I have 2 backups on this computer, so I don't really need that Cronus.
You want me to take the Acronis off?
you could just open the well, take it as you want, because there's a ribbon installed there. So it goes through like 3 stages before it removes everything. But otherwise, take it as you feel comfortable with.
Oh, I see. Yeah, we left 3D Mark on here. I guess that's what you were telling me. Oh, that's not good at all.
There's a toy right there.
That just froze up. The whole thing the whole computer just locked up.
Oh, I didn't see this.
I think you've got a graphics card problem here, my friend. I think you got a bad GPU.
I wonder if this happened in the trip.
You know, it happened when I mailed Mike's second computer. Mike Smith is out there in Florida too, and he got a bad something damaged on the GPU when I sent it to him.
Yeah.
That is not pretty.
Yeah, it's the second GPU that actually went bad in 20 years.
Yeah, it's locked up. It completely froze. Okay, well that's good to know. Let's go ahead and turn this off. We'll hold the power button. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna have to hold the power.
Something's up.
So I'm gonna have to do an RMA for you and send this thing back to Gigabyte. I think that's probably what's gonna happen. Or not Gigabyte, EVGA is the company that makes it.
Right.
Yeah.
The one you actually bought it was from EVGA directly.
Yeah, I'm starting to remember that now. But EVGA is good on their support. I don't know what they're doing in the GPU shortage when it comes to. Usually they just would send you a new one, but this case it might be something they repair or put you on a wait list. I don't know. Patrick wants to know if the NVIDIA driver is up to date. We can check that. That certainly doesn't look like a driver-related issue. But let's take a look. Let's see what version we have. Right-click, Device Manager, Display Adapter.
Yeah. It just went on its own. It was frozen and then it just went on its own.
No, I shut it off and turned it back on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the driver's just from about 2 weeks ago, so that's a new driver. Let's empty the recycle bin, get the junk out of here, and let's see. Oh, I was going to take Acronis out. Let me try that again and see if it'll let me remove it this time. Back under Apps, and then Acronis, and uninstall.
Yeah, you do have some stuff in now. And oh, okay, here we go. But you do have some stuff on documents. You have a lot of I don't know, it's like 3 or 4 different devices.
Okay.
You know, the same way you go to your C drive and documents. Seems like it's a loose lawn, right? It's like a hiccup or something.
Yeah, I'm still thinking it's video card related now. Now that it's done this a few times, it feels like something's going on with your GPU. Any particular reason you went with a 2080 Ti?
Is there any reason I did?
Yeah, I mean, you're not gaming on this, right?
No.
Do you have any kids gaming on it?
Oh. They have their own GPU on their own computers.
Okay.
This thing it just was sitting all this time, but not really running.
So maybe something happened to it in shipping.
That's the only thing I can think of. It was fine when it was here.
Joshua Robinson contributes $10. Hey, Joshua, thank you. Thanks for supporting the channel, my friend. Oh, now the screen just went gray. That's a new color.
I cannot see it.
Yeah, you'll see it in a minute.
It's kind of strange. I was just wondering if it'd be a good idea to see. I see the light on a GPU, and it seems like the light is constantly on, but.
Yeah, well, that's not an indication that it's working. I mean, that's an indication that it's getting power, that, you know, it's lighting up the LEDs.
Right.
I could take the GPU out of it. It bothers me that happened during an uninstall, because what that means now, more than likely, is that uninstall isn't going to complete. But I'm going to be patient in the hopes that maybe it's working in the background.
Well, see if you could put the mouse on the screen, see if your mouse moves.
No, it's not going to do anything. Yeah, there's definitely some kind of weird video problem happening here. We should be able to use the onboard video. Let me see if I can turn this off. I'm going to set the phone down, so you're going to sound distant for a minute.
It's okay.
All right. And then I'm going to pull this graphics card out. And in fact, I'll go full screen here so everybody can see what I'm doing. Let me go to camera 1. Full screen. Okay. Whoa, that's really loose. I wonder if the the video card's loose. I'm 2 for 2 on dropping the screws. Oh, the little mechanism's missing. The little latch is gone. Where did the latch go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, that definitely happened in shipping. These little latches come off and they just snap right back on.
The latch came off?
Yeah. Yeah. That could be a problem. Where did the other screw go that I was taking out? Oh, there it is. Thing wants to play games with me here. Got it. All right. So let's try. First of all, this is Madi's graphics card here. This is the GeForce RTX 2080 blower style. So it's got this kind of, it doesn't have the yeah, I'll say. And you know what? It doesn't appear droopy at all. It seems pretty straight, Madi.
It does?
Yeah.
It just looked like a little crooked inside the case.
Yeah, well, maybe it wasn't seated all the way. Maybe I should have looked more carefully. Let me see if there's any damage to the socket. Socket.
I'm glad I sent it.
Yeah, socket looks good. Okay. Okay, that's locked in this time. There we go. See, I thought I flipped the switch off. I hit the wrong switch. I should not have done that with power on the power supply. I should have. That's why I always pull the power plug, so I don't do that. Didn't hurt anything, but it's an easy way to cause a problem.
Yes, the switches there. I turned both of them off.
Yeah, one is just hybrid mode, which allows the fan to stop spinning.
Okay.
All right, let's see. Yeah, it still has a little sag to it, but it doesn't look bad. Let's see if that works any better.
I just wonder, because it looked really straight when we got it from, you know.
Sure. But it will sag over time. That's sort of normal.
There's nothing we could do with that condition.
I probably have to plug an HDMI cable into it, though. Let me get the HDMI cable plugged back in. And let's see. There we go.
Like some duct tape.
Not waking up. Okay, one more time here.
Off. It's back on.
Now we're going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know if that Acronis finished the uninstall. Whoa, no, there's something going on with this video card.
What was that noise?
The video card's got some weird issues with it.
Here we go.
Let's take another, let me see.
It's back to normal.
Oh, that's the wrong screen, Carrie. Let me go to this one over here. Let's take, oh, no, there it goes. Yeah. Yeah, there's something wrong with the video card. I'm absolutely certain of it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to power this off. I'm going to pull the power plug this time. And then I'm going to go ahead and we'll go full screen again. And we're going to take this graphics card out. We're going to use the onboard video. There's something wrong with this card. So let's try this. Take this out of here. Let's plug it in up here to the built-in video. Take this out. Put that here. Put this here. And one more time, take the graphics card out. Okay, let's run this without the discrete graphics. We're just going to use onboard motherboard, or integrated graphics on the CPU. Okay, and then let's see what it wants to do now.
That's a good idea what you're doing now.
Yeah, and the latch came off with it. That's interesting. So the latch appears to have busted on the motherboard because it's now, I hold this up, you'll see the latch is still connected to the graphics card. That's supposed to go on the motherboard.
Yeah, it should stay with the board.
Yeah, it looks like it's broken.
The latch itself. Oh God. So you think the latch it broke?
Oh yeah, it did break.
So it's like they kicked it over in your door.
Well, it was packed really well, but the weight of that graphics card might have just been its own problem there. But you can see the end of this connector, or the latch, if I turn it this way. Where is it? It's like right in there, you can see. It's like a piece it's just a piece of plastic and it like broke. All right, so now we're using your integrated graphics built onto the 9900KS CPU.
And it's working, man.
You think that, what do you mean it's working better?
I mean, it went to the desktop much faster. Everything responding a little faster.
Well, I'm going to change these display settings back to 1920 by 1080 because it's defaulting in 4K. It's not letting me. That's interesting. It won't let me select it.
I think I put it in that situation because it's on TV. My monitors are on TV.
Display 1 is CamLink Pro. That's interesting. It sees the monitor as the capture card. I guess that makes sense. Layout. I don't know why the display resolution is not letting me change that. Well, let me go back to the control panel again and see if I was able to get a Cronus out of there. Oh, everything is so tiny.
I think you're rebooting it to whatever. A lot of stuff moving away from the desktop. Many little things. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, that's not what I wanted. I want to close this out. Probably going to have to load a new Intel display driver, I'll bet you.
It should be in the bottom.
Yeah, it's there.
Here.
Yeah.
There's one driver is missing. What is it?
Says everything is good.
It says one device needs to be.
Yeah, but I just refreshed it and it's saying it doesn't. It must have grabbed it from Windows Update.
It just looked like an L. I thought it's the number one, but
That resolution is driving me crazy. Gosh, why is it shaded out? Oh, it's loading the driver now. That's why. Okay. Okay, now we're 1920 by 1080. That looks a lot better. Now let me go back to the control panel. Under apps.
I don't know why everything opens so small.
Well, because it was in 4K.
Okay.
I don't like the 4K resolution. Everything gets too tiny. I like it in 1920 by 1080. That's the default that I normally use.
Yeah. Uninstall again.
Yeah, I thought I just did that.
I thought so too. It's still showing 951 MBs, right?
Oh, I'm not even there yet. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because it froze during the uninstall, we're probably going to have to reinstall it and uninstall it again. Because it is not, it kind of did a half uninstall.
You can go to control panel and then uninstall, or it's moving.
I'm going to have to reinstall it again, and then I can uninstall it, because it didn't uninstall fully when it had frozen on me, unfortunately. So the uninstaller is broken. So I'll have to reinstall that, but that's no big deal. I won't do that right now. Was there anything else you wanted me to look at while I've got the machine? I know you wanted the cooler changed, but if you're talking about changing the case or changing the motherboard, like I think the motherboard's fine personally. And I think if we change the fans, you know what? The system's a lot quieter with the graphics card out. Maybe the graphics card was making all that racket. Yeah.
We were sleeping.
Well, if you want to keep it in this case, I can go ahead and change the cooler out. But if you want me to change the case, then I might as well wait when I take the motherboard out to change the cooler rather than do that now. So I guess we'll wait a few days, since you want to see what's going to happen on Black Friday and Cyber Monday, and then we can decide how you want me to proceed. In the meantime, I'll create an RMA for getting this graphics card back over to EVGA for a warranty replacement.
I don't remember the second one.
I mean, this system is super quiet right now.
Maybe because you did that setting for the fans.
Well, it's taking the graphics card out. I guess the graphics card was making all that noise.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's as soon as you took it out, it seems like soon you put on a CPU, it seems like just reboot the computer, see how fast it's going right now, just for a minute.
Okay, I'll hit start, restart.
Yeah, just restart.
Okay.
Maybe I'm just dreaming, or maybe it's reality. I don't know.
Well,
seems like it was.
We're going to find out here in just a second. Okay, here we go. It's just now gone to a blank screen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting for the ASUS logo. There it is. There we go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. You're about 20 seconds to the desktop. It does seem a little slow.
Yeah.
So if I go into your MS config settings, let's see what's starting. Boot up. Startup, here's what I want. Oh yeah, I forgot you did some task manager. You got RoboForm, Realtek, Intel, Cortana, that's disabled. Acronis Scheduler, CyberProtect, Spotify. Do you listen to Spotify?
Don't you remember you put all your music on my Spotify?
Was it on this computer?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
I have it on every computer, so.
I wonder why the Intel graphics command is disabled. I would enable that. And the Acronis Scheduler, I would disable this.
Yeah, remove it if you can.
Well, yeah, again, I'm going to have to install it, and then I can uninstall it. So if I just turn the Acronis stuff off, let's see how much of a boot up change that makes. So we'll do start, and restart again. And where were we, about 20 seconds before. Let's see what it does now. And
it should already be the next level.
here we go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. So Acronis isn't slowing it down. Huh, well, that'll give me something to play with. Something there may need to be modified. There's probably a faster boot option that we can enable in the BIOS. Let me restart again. This time I'll go into the BIOS and see if there's a fast startup option in there. Come on, computer. Okay.
Please press delete or you got stuff in the bottom.
Oh, I can't remember where they put this setting. BIOS version.
We just passed graphic.
Boot configuration. Fast boot is enabled.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a post delay time. That's part of the problem.
Well, it's an off.
Yeah, it was set to 3 seconds. It's to give you time to hit the key, you know, to get into the BIOS. To hit F2 or delete.
I see.
That should make a difference. At least a 3-second difference anyway. So let's see what it does this time. So as soon as we see the ASUS logo, or as soon as I see it start to boot up, there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Boy, I feel like we're still not making any progress there. Not sure what's happening. You know, I could do a clean install of Windows 10. Do you have anything on here you want me to save, or would you prefer I don't do that?
No, that's fine. I got all backed up.
Oh, that's right, because you have Acronis on there.
No, not just, even if you take that course, I got the
No, I meant you have an Acronis backup.
yeah, you're talking about CPU, yes. On a SanDisk, is that what you mean?
No. Let's see, you've got Handbrake on there, Adobe Reader, Acronis Firefox, Hitman Pro. Oh, that's what you were talking about, Hitman Pro.
Yeah,
Okay.
that'd be much easier to take stuff out.
Yeah, maybe a reinstall will make a difference. You know what I could do for the sake of experimenting is I could put another NVMe drive in it, take this one out just to do the reinstall and see if it does make a difference.
Yeah, they can help.
But the machine is so much quieter right now. I've got to tell you, that graphics card was the source of the noise. And you know what I could do? I could send it back to you rather than have to wait for the graphics card. And then when the graphics card arrives, I can just ship the graphics card to you. Since you can use the computer with the integrated graphics, And then you don't have to wait so long to get the computer back.
Yeah, not a problem.
So, all right, well, listen, I know it's late there for you. I'll let you go for right now, and then I'll mess with this a bit offline as well. But I just wanted to know if there was anything else you wanted me to check while I've got it. But there definitely seems to be a graphics card problem.
If I do think about anything else, I will let you know tomorrow.
And the other thing I'm going to do, I'm going to run Memtest86 on here. Let's do that. Let's
So
do
you the BIOS, okay? Not the BIOS, the RAMs.
yeah. Now I should be able to hit F8 and get those boot options again. There we are. And I want that one right there. That should start loading. Oh, it didn't. Okay, let me get rid of my camera so I can see. I want to go to boot, and let's just see if I can override. Where's my boot override?
You got boot configuration in the top.
There should be a boot override here. All right, I'll just say save changes and exit, even though I didn't change anything. I'm going to try F8 one more time. I don't know why it took me into the BIOS. Okay, now I should be able to select that. Why is it not working?
You press F12 to get to the boot menu. Apparently you're in the boot menu now.
Well, I know it's F12 on Gigabyte, but was it on Asus boards? I was F8. So let's just set the boot mode to load the UEFI first. And then it will disable this altogether for right now. And then we'll do escape. No. Save and exit.
Yeah, this one is exit without saving. Save and reset.
Let's see if it starts to the flash drive this time. Nope. Wonder why.
It's not going to the NVMe drive, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, no, it's not going to the USB flash drive. Should boot off of that. I'm missing something. What am I missing? Oh, that's the boot overwrite. That's what I was trying to find. See, I should be able to just click on that.
Press OK. Press on in the bottom.
It's not taking the boot override for some reason. Oh, William Dawson says secure boot may be turned on. Ah, yes. Yeah, that would explain it. Let me check that. Secure boot.
Yeah. TeamViewer is not on a startup. Somebody wrote something also kill TeamViewer from startup. It's not on startup. Which Windows? Now you got it. Launch CM, whatever that is, enable.
Wonder what'll happen if I turn this compatibility mode on. Because it may need that for some reason. Ooh, I heard it click off that time. All right, let's see if it's going to boot this time to the, oh, I'm an idiot. I've got the wrong flash drive plugged in. This is my BIOS flash drive, Marty. I need my Memtest, but this BIOS flash drive isn't bootable. All my flash drives are starting to look alike, and I'm getting old and tired.
Yeah, do you still some fire behind the computer?
All right, let's try it again, only this time I'm going to turn CSM back off. You know, I've been grabbing that BIOS flash drive so often, it's like a habit. Let's do, let's go back over to boot configuration, CSM, we'll turn that back to the way it was, which is disabled. Now we'll save and exit, or save and reset. Now it should load from the flash drive and start Memtest86. We'll just check this RAM. You got 32 gigs of RAM in there.
And it's four slots.
Yeah.
I wonder if any of them are loose, but I don't think so.
I don't think we're experiencing RAM problems, but while I've got it, I might as well, you know, test it out. It'll take a couple hours to test it, but we can let it run. Certainly if it gets through passes, there it goes, it's booting now. First 3 passes of the mem test, it probably is okay. A lot of times when I see bad RAM, it'll flag it usually within the first 3 tests.
Yeah.
So we're loading up to the Memtest86 flash drive. And then this is going to count down. If you see at the top of the screen, it's counting down, and we're just going to leave everything alone and leave it to default values. And then it's going to start running the memory test now.
There we go.
And of course, the reason there's 31.8 instead of 32 is because the integrated graphics chips is using some of your RAM.
Yeah.
So what I'm seeing here so far
Yes.
is perfect, but we're on test 3 right now. About a quarter of the way through. Now we're on test 4, and it hasn't found any errors yet. So I think the RAM's good, and you're supposed to have 32 gigs, was that right, or 64? Do you remember?
Yeah. It's 8 by 8 by 8 by 8, so 32.
Perfect. Okay, well that seems like it's fine. Okay, all right, Marty. Well, listen, let me let you go for now,
Right.
and we'll follow up.
Tomorrow. I get on, I don't know, whatever I want to do, and we can actually make a decision.
Yeah, and if you want me to look, I know one of your computers, you have an update that's not installing.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, but,
I'll help you with that too. I'll try and find some time tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, so I will talk to you in the afternoon. Well, probably be in the evening your time.
Okay. Have a good night.
All right, thanks, Marty.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. There you go. He's a cool dude, and most of the time when I talk to Marty about pros and cons of selecting certain hardware, we're generally on the same page. It sounds like he put the graphics card in because he could. I don't know that he actually needs it, but it is an expensive graphics card and it should work. So I'll open up an RMA, and basically the easiest way to do that is just, if you type in EVGA space RMA under Google search, the first link that takes you to EVGA is probably the page where you have the forms to fill out, and I can share the video with them and they can see the artifacts that are happening on the screen. But their support has always been really, really good. I'm just concerned, what are they going to do? I mean, are they going to send us another one? Do they have another one to send us? Will they actually repair it? I mean, given the state of graphics cards and the shortages, I just don't know what they're going to do. So this should be an interesting experiment. And of course, this is the worst time to ship. Sorry, I had to get another Gatorade. Mine was getting warm. Master Singleton says, I've updated my 2020 Dell Inspiron 15 5502 laptop to Windows 10 21H2, and I've experienced intermittent wired internet dropouts via a USB dongle. What do you recommend I do to fix the issue? I would recommend you turn off all the power management. If you go in the device manager and scroll all the way to the bottom, you'll see your USB devices. Click on each one of those and there's like a tab that says power management, I think, and make sure to disable the power management so that the device stays on all the time, that it's not trying to turn it off. I would also use the Intel driver update tool to see if there's a newer network card driver, or better yet, use the Dell update tool, which should have come with the laptop. In your start menu, look under the D's for Dell, look for Dell update. In any updates, I would grab every single, don't even worry what they're for, I would just grab them all if you haven't done that. Planet Cryos contributes $5. He says, I hope you got all your reboots out of your system. Well, I might have gotten them out of my system, but maybe not out of Marty's. Thank you, Planet Cryos. Eric said he counted 17 seconds on his end. Well, I've got a clock right here. I was counting it out loud, watching the seconds tick away, and it was a pretty well consistent 20-second boot up time. Ron in the chat wants to know if the latch is still okay for the motherboard for the GPU. No, something's broken on it. It's like you can see there's a little piece of plastic that's broken off, so it won't stay in there. It'll do the job, right? It'll latch on, but then when you take the graphics card out, nothing holds it in place. It just comes right off. And I think the shipping did that to it. And you don't have to have it. It's just there to help keep it secured, but it's a pretty common thing that happens with those. Usually they just snap right back on, but this one looks like a little piece of plastic, like a nub, seems to have sheared off of it. OMG, Henry says, kill TeamViewer at startup. Yeah, I'm going to remove TeamViewer. The only reason Madi has it is for me to help him remotely. And as you're well aware, or you should be, I feel TeamViewer has deeply betrayed me. And I feel a sense, not only of betrayal, but of being deceived and lied to. And since I feel that way, I don't want to do business with them anymore. I like the product and I don't like the people. They're just horrible, horrible people, in my opinion, that work at TeamViewer. And if I had to work at TeamViewer, and if I had to tell customers the things they told me, I'd quit my job before I would. I'm going to blame my mother for me basing things so much on principle. But there is no recognition of loyalty from TeamViewer. And it's all about the money grab. As far as I can tell, that's the impression they leave me with. They don't seem to appreciate my business and they don't seem to care. And they make up reasons like, well, your contract auto-renewed. I don't know what they're talking about. But because this imaginary contract that they claim exists ties their hands, this thing that they created out of their imagination is what's tying their hands from helping me. So it's not that we're bad people, they say. It's that those are the rules of the contract that we created out of thin air. And when I say they created it out of thin air, I'm not saying they made up the contract. The contract apparently does exist. My debate is that I wasn't aware of it, and they're claiming too bad. Okay, that's problem number one. When I mention to TeamViewer ways they could improve, they don't say, thank you, we'll keep that under consideration, we could do better, we'll try and do better. No, they don't do that. They say, you pay your bill or we send you to collections. It's that easy. And I say, well, then cancel it. Well, you can't cancel the contract. You can't change the contract. It already went into effect. And I'm saying, I never signed anything to that effect. They say, well, when you click on the license agreement, effectively you're agreeing to it. I'm like, that, yeah, that's not legally enforceable in the United States. So I started using UltraViewer, but it's been acting real weird. So now I'm going to use Instant House Call. And, I really like Corey Fruitman over at Instant House Call. He's a great guy. I think it's a great piece of software, but it's really overkill for my needs, right? Because I just need basic remote access. Chrome for desktop would work if I could add 20 of them without having to, manually log into each one. I don't want my logins on my customers' machines. So I need something secure and I need something affordable. And I thought UltraViewer, in its simplicity, would keep me from having to spend too much time learning how to use something new. Like Instant House Call, when you're done with every call, it'll ask if you want to, send the client an email, give them an update. It's got a whole tracking system. I don't need any of that. But you can actually turn that feature off. I just have to turn it off for every client individually. And, I'm using the remote software less now than I've ever been because I'm letting that side of my business wind down so I can do more of this side of my business. You have to understand that, and I've talked about this before, YouTube does not pay very well. And you know what, let's reverse this. Let's put me here. And let's put the HDMI in a window. We'll put it right here. Put it right here. You guys can let me know if you see anything in red. But basically, my computer repair business is what has always funded the YouTube channel. Until a couple of years ago, and people were encouraging me to go live, and I did, and that opened up Super Chat, which increased the amount of revenue coming from YouTube, in so much that every time I go live, people give a couple of dollars in Super Chat usually. Now, I don't get that money for 30 to 60 days, and YouTube takes 30% of everything you give that way. However, it's still generating about 2 to 3 times those Super Chat contributions over what YouTube pays me. So if I take what YouTube pays me, take the Super Chat contributions, And if I can find you guys good deals like those Windows and Office product keys, RoboForm is back at 60% off for new clients. What else do I have going on? There's the folks at My Computer Works. Madi called the folks at My Computer Works about this, and they were suggesting that the Samsung drive was installed in the wrong slot. And he also asked them about, he's got another computer that some Windows update isn't installing, keeps offering it to him and it keeps failing, and they couldn't seem to figure that out. He's been on the phone with them quite a bit. And then he called me and said, you know, they're friendly and they're nice people, but they're not helping me with these problems. So I was like, all right, so send this one to me, which obviously he did. And then as I was just talking to him on the phone, I said, I'll connect to you remotely tomorrow, but I'm going to have him connect up with Instant House Call. That's going to be my go-to from now on. And I should have been using it all along just to support Corey. He's a great guy, and it is a great piece of software. I just felt it was overkill for my needs. But now, you know, I don't want to test 40 pieces of remote software to find the simplest one. I just don't have that much time to research it. So I'm going to stick with Instant House Call, even if it is overkill, and hopefully get this problem put behind me, and I'll start getting more familiar with Instant House Call so it'll become second nature to me like TeamViewer was. But I just cannot express how sad I am and how betrayed I feel that TeamViewer runs their business like this. I sense a lawsuit coming, but we'll see. I think that there's going to be a big lawsuit soon based on how they're treating their customers. I think there's probably going to be a customer that's going to file a class action probably in the next 18 months, I would guess. And I'm just guessing, but I just can't see how you can consistently upset your customers when some of those customers are probably attorneys and aren't going to tolerate it. Like me, I'll just take my business somewhere else. I'm not here to instill justice on TeamViewer, but I will tell you this was my experience, and it was so disappointing and so frustrating that they make up their own rules and then they use that as an excuse to not help you. And it disgusts me. Furthermore, TeamViewer doesn't actually manufacture anything with atoms. In other words, if you're manufacturing motherboards or, you know, all this other stuff Asus manufactures, or Gigabyte or Corsair, you have an inventory you have to account for. You have manufacturing and quality control. You have distribution and packaging. TeamViewer doesn't have any of those expenses. You write the software once, and all you have to do is make copies of it and maintain it and pay for the bandwidth. So it's a money train. It's a gravy train. John McAfee explains that was his idea for creating the McAfee antivirus software, is he could make it once and sell it countless times, just copy, 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 copy. It made him a very rich man. So, you know, TeamViewer raised their price on me by about $200. So it was at $50 a month. Now, I would pay $1 a day, but I'm not going to pay $50 a month. The price should be going down, not up. How I went from 400 and change to 600 and change, and they did it under my nose, and they did it in a very sneaky way. The only reason they got caught was the credit card number they had on file that they were going to auto bill. That's all been disabled on. That card that I used for them, that card was replaced long ago, thankfully. So it was no longer an active card number. And I'm sure I did it on purpose, because every time I had to renew TeamViewer, I had to argue with them every single time. And that's when I was paying 400 and change for it. And I would pay that, but not now. They couldn't give it to me for free. They could come back and apologize. They won't, but if they were human enough and civil enough to apologize, I still wouldn't go back to them. They'd have to be bought out by somebody else and under somebody else's control. Who's ever running that company, as far as I'm concerned, they're running it into the ground. I won't do business with them, and I will not recommend them ever again unless another company buys them out and takes them over. But I think Instant House Call is going to be my new savior. I don't think Instant House Call will ever betray me. I mean, I know Corey Fruitman personally, and I'm sure Corey will be happy to see me use it. And I just don't want to have to learn something new, honestly. I've got so much work to do. It's like, oh my gosh. But again, just the basic setup. I was playing with Instant House Call today to actually use it on a customer call. And it's pretty easy. It really is. I'm making a big deal out of nothing as far as that goes. It's just, I'm not as familiar with it. So that's coming. And I'll be taking TeamViewer off of all of my clients' machines and replacing it with Instant House Call. And Instant House Call is a lot cheaper. Hey, there's another $20 from Madi. Thank you again, Madi. And I'm glad you sent this in. And yeah, if you have, I guess to summarize, if you have a Samsung solid state drive, the Samsung Magician software is highly recommended. But be aware that Samsung lists what drives are compatible with the Samsung Magician. And they also list what Samsung drives are compatible with their NVMe driver. For example, I tried installing the NVMe driver on that Samsung 980 and it says there's no compatible drive found. So just because it's made by Samsung doesn't mean that NVMe driver works on all the Samsung drives. And that's why it specifies when I went to download it, it says it's for these models of Samsung drives only. It just won't let you install it otherwise. So if you're running into this problem with the Samsung Magician, where it's not seeing your Samsung drive, whether it's an NVMe drive or a SATA-based drive, make sure your BIOS is set to AHCI in your controller settings for your SATA controller, and make sure that the Intel RST or Rapid Storage Technology, disable that. If that's enabled, or if the RAID controller is enabled, the Samsung software cannot see the drive. And the same is probably true in many ways with like an Acronis Rescue Disk, where that's a different controller driver that's needed, or yeah, it's a controller driver that's not commonly used. It's not typically put on the boot drive. It would be something you'd have to add manually when you create the Acronis Rescue Disk. Just like a RAID controller, you'd have to put the RAID driver for your specific RAID controller into the rescue disk when you're making it, and Acronis offers you that option. And I usually just take the default options with no added drivers. And it's one of the reasons I don't like RAID. It makes it very difficult to solve operating system problems without special boot disks that have your specific RAID drivers already in them. Once you need it, it's too late to make it in most cases, unless you have another computer that you can use. So make sure if your Samsung Magician is not seeing your Samsung SSD, that one, it's compatible, your solid state drive is compatible with the Magician software. Make sure your BIOS is in AHCI mode and Intel Rapid Storage Technology is disabled. And that should remedy that. Tom K says, see, I was right for once. Hey, Tom, I'm sorry I didn't see what you said earlier. I don't remember it. But yeah, it doesn't take, I'm not here to imply only I can solve this problem. We have a very, very smart community here. A lot of you are very experienced in areas where I am not, and I appreciate your input. But you have to understand that if you think of this like a video game, and you're trying to give me the cheat, now I don't know if you actually know the cheat, if you're messing with me. Unless I know you personally, I am a very skeptical person, and I have a certain process I like to follow because that's how I play my game. And I don't, and I call it a game because it's fun for me. But I don't want people to be offended by that. I don't want them to be upset for some reason that they weren't good enough or something. It's It's really just about me sharing my process with you. I'm not so much going out and saying, hey, how should I do this? Although I have done videos like that, where I've just said, okay, audience, tell me what you want me to check next. And it's a very painful process, right? Because then all these suggestions come through and I start to pick the ones I think make the most sense, or ones that are going to have an effect that I know isn't going to work out well, and I'll do it just to show you why you got to be careful to who you listen to on the internet. But yeah, we have a lot of smart people in the chat room. I'm very proud of our community here. It's the strangest thing is, I created this YouTube channel to help share my experience, not to be taught by others. And yet, many of you have taught me quite a lot, including this whole going live thing. I absolutely was opposed to it. I said, there's no way I'm going live because of how mean people are on the internet. And you're going to see the mistakes. Everybody who works a job, a full-time job, even a part-time job, you're going to make mistakes at your job. Everybody does. It's just, you know, how boring would it be if you didn't, if it didn't exhibit any challenges for you? So on the internet, though, when you make mistakes, people really like to give others a hard time about it. But what happened is by identifying who my frequent contributors, and when I say contributors, I don't just mean financially, I mean just participating in the chat room. By identifying those people with moderator status, they've been able to shut down the disruptors so it doesn't distract me from my content. And that has made making the content so much more pleasant. So while I started this to share my experience, I started to get frustrated because if I said, here's how to apply thermal compound, and I showed how I do it, a bunch of people would tell me I was doing it wrong. And I'm like, hold on a minute, I'm not telling you how to do it. I'm simply sharing with you how I do it. And you can verify my work history and, you know, the fact that I've taught at the college, I've written computer books, I've hosted a nationwide radio talk show on computers for 6 years. And you can research all this going all the way back, even on news groups. You'll find posts from me from, you know, 1991, probably before 1991, I would guess. No, I take it back. There wouldn't have been news groups in 1991. But certainly around 96, 97, you should start seeing posts from me in support forums. They weren't forums, they were news groups. We didn't really have much in the way of, the web looked very different in 1996 than it does today. And the news groups were a very common way that people would communicate with each other. It was the only way before the World Wide Web, as far as I know. But things change and things evolve. And what I found is this community that has ended up growing into this beautiful garden, if you will, has been very helpful in pulling those weeds that create the disruptions and take some of the fun out of doing the videos. And so it's just a little frustrating sometimes that when I show how to do something, how to apply thermal compound, it's like I have to say it a certain way. I have to say, here's how I apply thermal compound, right? Because if I don't say it that way, there's a certain number of people online that somehow take what I'm saying as though I'm ordering them and I'm forcing it on them. And that was never what I was trying to do. All I've been trying to do is give you a sneak peek into the life of a computer tech, whether I share phone calls with a customer with you so you can hear the things the customer says. I show the repairs and the diagnostics. Sometimes I'll show an entire diagnostic sequence only to find out it was something really simple. And then somebody will say, inevitably, the last thing you checked is the first thing I would have checked. All right, well, good for you. That really wouldn't have been a very helpful diagnostic video, would it? If the first thing I checked turned out to be the problem, that'd be a real short video, but you wouldn't learn much in the diagnostic technique. So sometimes people make some assumptions that they're not. The funny thing is they're correcting me, but they're the ones who need to be corrected because they're not understanding the purpose of the content, right? So if the content is to explain and demonstrate a diagnostic technique, I want that to be as thorough as possible. If I immediately jump to the solution, there wasn't much to be learned there. So sometimes people make an assumption that, well, I would have done this first. Well, maybe if I wasn't filming and trying to teach, I also would have done that first. It's like that thought doesn't occur to them, that I went about it in a long way in order to demonstrate it. And then there'll be a certain group of those people who say, well, you're just saying that rather than admitting. It's like you can't win. There's nothing you can do to appease certain people other than just ban them, because if that's all they have to contribute, if somebody wants to keep writing 3-page comments about detailing the steps of something they think should be done a certain way, they should be making YouTube videos, is what I'm saying. Fewer than 1% of viewers leave comments. If you look at any video, pick any video on YouTube, and there's always exceptions, but overall, the vast majority of YouTube videos, if you count the number of comments the video has and compare it to the number of views the video has, you'll see it's fewer than 1% of viewers leave comments. And most of those comments are very kind, helpful, supportive. I've learned quite a bit. Somebody told me about Rufus being able to, I guess, download and install the latest Windows 10 and Windows 11 ISO images. I didn't know it could do that. So maybe a video topic for when I have time. But yeah, I appreciate when people share their knowledge. What I don't like is when people disrupt. So, long story short, all the reason I created this channel, the most valuable thing that this channel has to offer is you. That shocks me, right? Because that's not what I set out to do. And I certainly didn't think that many people would be that interested in just watching a tech work. But many of you are, and many of you are smarter than me and have made suggestions that ended up helping to resolve the problem, or saving me time and having to look something up, or pointing out something I've overlooked. And that's very helpful. You have no idea. As opposed to what was happening early on, which was people attacking me for things I've overlooked, people attacking me for things I didn't know. People, and I get very defensive if I'm being attacked. So it's the wrong approach if I don't know who you are. That's one hell of a first impression, just to walk up to somebody and start correcting them and you haven't so much as introduced yourself. So imagine, doing that in real life, you probably isn't going to end well for you or create very many friends that way. But when there's a trusted source online, somebody that comes into the chat room frequently, and I know I can count on them with accurate information, that's a different story entirely. So people need to work to establish that I know who you are before you expect me to just grab everything you're saying as truth, because it's the internet. Besides which, I've been running my business since I've been in this business since 1991, fixing computers professionally, and struck out on my own. Well, I didn't strike out, but I started out on my own in the mid-1990s. I'd say around 95, 96 is when I started working. So I had two jobs. I had my full-time job, and then after work and on weekends, I would do part-time computer work to earn a little extra money. And eventually I was at that point where business was getting really busy on the side job, and I was able to quit my full-time job and things were tight because I couldn't work two 40-hour-a-week jobs. It was killing me. And I was a lot younger in 1996. I had a lot more energy. I've doubled my age since then, okay? So it's like living a whole nother life at that point of that 26 years, and then here's another 26 years. So it's really enjoyable for me to share what I do, but I also realize a lot of people don't want to be filmed. They don't want to be seen on camera. They don't want people to watch them. They feel self-conscious, and they feel as though they're under scrutiny anytime people are being filmed. So there's a certain amount of bravery or stupidity to go live, unscripted, unedited, and to do a diagnostic, because I can promise you, every technician makes mistakes. That's part of the process of diagnosing. The difference between a professional and a hobbyist is how you handle those mistakes. There's never been a computer ever brought to me that I could not fix without anybody's help. Long before the chat room, I was doing this all by myself without any help. And somehow I've gotten by. But sometimes people leave comments and you think, wow, how have I been in business this long if I'm as dumb as that person made me out to be? But the community that we've created here, you guys are so awesome at shutting down the disruptors. And I really appreciate that, because it just makes me want to make more videos and hang out with you guys some more. And don't be shy about, making guesses and stuff like that when it comes to helpful suggestions. But understand that when I get to know who you are, then I know in what areas I can rely on you if you're providing certain information, right? And many people, I've been surprised many people are computer technicians that watch this, and I'm not making videos for computer technicians. That was never my goal. My goal was just to help the average computer owner. So it's very flattering when I find out people working in the industry know who I am. Because when I worked in the industry, they didn't know who I was. Hey, there's $25 again from Planet Cryos. He says, I have also seen these type of people on my channel. They said, you are very new to computers, aren't you? He said nothing else, nor showed me his channel. They could have said something constructive or simply say nothing. Yeah, I mean, it's very strange. And sometimes by even talking about them, it's like feeding the troll, you're sort of giving them the attention they seek. And yet all the kind and generous and friendly people, which make up the vast majority of the viewers and the participants in the chat room, don't get that kind of attention usually. And that's kind of messed up. It's pretty messed up. And it's something that comes along with going live, right? So if I was doing everything in the traditional sense where I'm filming, editing, and then posting, it doesn't have the disruptive impact, right? It's still something that has to be cleaned up. But it's nice to see YouTube's making some changes in the right direction. And yeah, and it's all because of you guys. So I appreciate you guys. The community is the most valuable thing of anything I've ever done. Anything I've created here on this YouTube channel. The thing I didn't focus on is the thing I'm the most proud of, right? It just kind of occurred to me, look at all these amazing people all over the world that are so friendly and so kind, and I'm so lucky or blessed to have all of you as viewers. Absolutely. So, it feels a little like getting stabbed in the back or being attacked if somebody comes in here, doesn't like it, and they want me to know they don't like it. It's just weird to me. Because if I don't know who you are, I don't care if you like it. But if I know who you are and you don't like something, now it matters to me. Now I'm going to pay attention. So anyway, that's why you see so many people in blue here. These are all people that have been watching the channel for some time. Out of curiosity, is there anybody who's been watching my channel? Well, let's do it this way. Tell me how long you've been watching my YouTube channel. what year did you start watching, or how many months or how many years have you been watching? I'm just kind of curious how many long-timers, long haulers we've got. Hey, there's Photo Ray. He says, there's always going to be those who live to argue no matter what you say. That's true, but you don't have to voluntarily participate in an argument. Unless you like being controlled like a marionette or a puppet. I've come to realize, and I wish it was taught to me as a child, but arguing is a choice, and it requires two people to participate. So what I will often say to people who are attempting to argue with me, or they may not even realize that's what they're doing, right? But I say exactly that. I say, I'm not participating in this conversation. In person, I'll walk away. Over the phone, it's not an attack. It's just, I'm not interested in participating in this discussion. If you want to change the subject, then we can continue talking. If you want to lock your heels in on this one, that's the hill you want to die on, there's other people I can talk to. Let's see. Joshua Robinson says he's been watching since 2013. Wow. Kenton Morton since 2018, and Lost Level Games since 2013. Peter Meyer is 2 years. Carlos Hernandez says since February of 2018. John Williams says 3 years and 2 months since I retired. Pat Mullen says 3 or 4 years. The Ace 52 says 1999. I think I only had 2 or 3 videos. Or no, that's not true. The videos back then were limited to a total of 15 minutes, I think. And my build videos were being, recorded and edited and posted in 15-minute pieces. So there were usually 4 to 6 pieces for each build video to total about an hour and a half. So you'd have to watch part 1, part 2, part 3. It was really annoying. Those would probably have been the content from 1999. So it looks like we have an average of about 4 years in the chat. Ron Tooney says, Kerry, speaking of fun, when you're going to shoot another computer, it'd be cheaper than a Redkey. Well, the environment that we're living in, the political environment here in the States, is such that most of the ranges I used to go to have been shut down. So there are still the professional ranges and indoor gun ranges, but they're not fun. Yeah, so I don't know. It's probably been 2 years since I've fired any of my guns. I'm probably going to unload a bunch of them, sell them, because if I'm going to do the move to Michigan, I don't want to move all those guns. There's a lot of guns. I'll keep a couple of my favorites, but I could probably unload about, well, let's just say for every 5 guns I've got, I could sell 4. And then I could use that money to put back into the channel or do something, because they're just sitting there. The guns aren't being used. So I'd rather put them into the hands of somebody either that I know and trust, a friend, or sell it to a gun dealer, and then it's not my responsibility what happens to the gun after that. If they sell it to somebody who uses it to cause harm, that I won't be part of that link. You know what I'm saying? So I've got a couple friends who've asked me about a couple of the guns, and I'm probably going to part with a few of them. So yeah, I'm just not using them. Luke Greenia says he's not sure how long he's been watching, but it's been a few years. Fair enough, fair enough. Josty1 says he was a lurker for a long time, but active about 4 years. Pat Johnston says 7 years. Steve Duquesne says 2012. I think it was around 2013. From 1999 until 2012. No, that's not right. From 1999 until about Wait a minute, YouTube wasn't around in 1999. What are we talking about? I started this channel in 2008. My channel didn't exist before 2008. So the content that that I was making in 2008 was just like those 2 build videos that were a series, like 6 pieces, 6-part series. So like 12 videos total, 15 minutes each. And it wasn't until 2012, yeah, it was about 4 years before I started posting content more regularly. So the content I made in 2008, I never did that to earn any money. I mean, I turned monetization on as soon as I qualified for it, and then, you know, it wasn't my goal to be a content creator. It was my goal to just show people how to build a computer, showing every screw and every wire, because I felt like nobody had done that. Or if they did, I certainly couldn't find it, so I did it. And about a year later, it was about a year, I got a check in the mail from Google for a little over $100. And back then, you had to earn $100. That was the minimum for them to write you a check. So I thought, oh, this is a scam check, right? Google, I don't work for Google. Why would I have a check for over $100 from Google? So I started researching it and found out it came from my YouTube videos that I completely forgot about. Like, I knew I did them and I knew they were out there, but I had no intention of making any more videos. I just solved a particular issue. Hey, nobody's got a good video on this, I'll make it myself. And then I did and went on with my life. But then I was yanked back when I saw this check, realized it was real, and said, oh, that's for those videos. I didn't know you could make that kind of money. I'll make more videos. So, still working a full-time job. I started making the videos in my spare time. And you'll see the amount of videos increased year by year since I got that check. That's what reignited the motivation to make content. And then that was all still being recorded and edited more in a traditional Hollywood television style. But you don't get the back and forth, the interaction with the audience live. And, you know, for me, if I want to go make videos for the local community television station, the community channel, I could do that. But the interaction, to me, is the whole point of YouTube. It's the idea that you and I can talk. And if we're being civil to each other, that we're not arguing and fighting, because I don't want to spend my time pursuing that nonsense. I have other things to do that's far more important. So, or at least it is to me. So all of this kind of all happened as a reaction. I didn't set out to become a content creator. I didn't set out to go be a full-time content creator and to make that my primary source of income. But since doing the live stuff and with the super chat contributions, combine that with some sponsorship opportunity, and you know what? This has the potential to pay me more than I've ever made fixing computers, but not from YouTube. I can't emphasize that enough. But you know, when I'm making you guys those deals with the Windows keys, the Office keys, if I tell you when you shop at Amazon and if you use my link, I make a small commission, I can make more money with Amazon in a month than with YouTube. And the Amazon is passive income. I'm not out there clocking in, clocking out, making content, being beaten up. This is from content I've already made. Speaking of Amazon, since I'm waiting on this anyway, and by the way, it's looking fantastic. The RAM is perfect. I'm not seeing any errors. We're on test 13. That's the last of the tests. But test 13 does take a while to run. So we're 45 minutes into this test. into the entire testing procedure. There are 13 different tests. We're now on test 13, and we're 56% of the way through test number 13. Once it completes test 13, then we will have completed one pass. You'll see down below it says pass 1 of 4, because by default Memtest86 will run 4 loops. It'll do this 13 tests 4 times, because sometimes memory errors don't appear until the memory gets hot. For me personally, that's very rare to ever see that. So if I can get through an entire series of 13 tests with 1 pass, I don't really need to go 4. That would be pretty unusual to have some RAM go bad after it heats up. But it can happen, it's just not very common. Also, growing up, I was always a big fan of Star Wars. I like how the worlds look lived in. The spaceships look dinged and dented and burn marks from the engines, and sometimes things on the ship don't work. Han Solo's like, don't worry, we're going to jump to light speed. Here we go. Hits the button, and then everything just kind of does nothing. Lights kind of dim and flicker, and he's like, hold on a minute. And then he smacks the dashboard or whatever it is, smacks the control board, and then all of a sudden everything lights up and it takes off. Well, there's a new series that Netflix just released based on some Japanese anime from the 1990s called Cowboy Bebop. And I've always been interested in Cowboy Bebop, and I've always liked a lot of Japanese anime, like Akira, the classic stuff. And, I grew up watching Speed Racer. So when I found out they were turning Cowboy Bebop into a live action, I'm very interested with John Cho. And I started watching it, and I got to tell you, it's the worlds that they're creating, they look beat up and lived in and gritty. And the storyline is fascinating. The angles that they use and the editing that they use and how the director is filming it is very unique to anime. The way that they often, the Japanese in anime will get certain camera angles. It's kind of stylized in a way I can only describe as anime. And so I saw the reviews that people weren't liking, critics rather, weren't liking Cowboy Bebop. But I've got to tell you, I think for me personally, that's one of the best shows in sci-fi that I've ever seen. It's a little hokey, it's a little, what's the word? It's filmed in this sort of noir style. It's got kind of a little bit of a 70s vibe with a 30s styling with a futuristic sort of atmosphere. It's just this, and the music, the jazzy music is so unusual. Everything feels lived in, and I'm really enjoying it. So yeah, I'm like in episode 3 or 4 right now, and there's 10 episodes of it, and I hope that gets a second season. I think these reviewers or these critics, they don't understand what it's trying to do. I don't think they're getting it. I think Christopher Yost did this, and he was also part of the team that put together Mandalorian. And he's done a lot of other stuff, but hats off to Christopher Yost. I think he's nailed it. I love this better than the Cowboy Bebop anime. This, I think, is far better, and I've never seen anything like it on TV. That's the best thing I can say, because I'm getting older and I'm starting to see the same old stuff. Here's L.A. Law. Well, now here's Picket Fences. Well, now here's Boston Legal. Well, now here's, Callista Flockhart. What was that show? Anyway, so these legal shows, right? They all start feeling like the same thing over and over and over and over again. So it's nice to see something what looks to be original, even though I would say it's like a reboot. But there's never been a live action Cowboy Bebop. And I'll tell you what, I think they nailed it. I absolutely love the show. I love the script. I love the cinematography. I love dirty grittiness. Things don't work all the time. Things are dented and beaten and dirty and nasty. I love all that detail. Because to me, that's what it would look like. If you have a white keyboard and you buy a brand new white keyboard, after about 2 years, what does it look like? How many crumbs are down in it? And, does it have any sticky keys or have any of the letters worn off? You know what I'm talking about. Well, if you're flying a ship and your hands are always on those controls, certain controls are going to be worn out or maybe a little loose if it's a switch or a button, or a light might be kind of flickering and not on all the time. That makes the whole thing more real to me. And they do that with Cowboy Bebop. They did that in Star Wars. In Star Trek, everything always works all the time and everything looks like it just came off the factory floor. Everything is always perfect. Ship's in perfect condition. Everything always works, generally. So for me, this was a very refreshing and needed distraction, because there's just nothing good on TV. Even the movies, I think, there's not much good. The Ghostbusters one might be good. What else? What else do I want to tell you about? Oh, over at Amazon right now, and I should make a video for this, but I want to let you guys know. Let me go over to Amazon. And let's do it this way. I'll share the screen with you and I'll show you some stuff. Let's go to my screen sharing tool. Is that going to do it? Yeah, that does it. Okay, so check this out. If we go to my Amazon page, which is amazon.com/shop/Kerry Holzman, right? You see that up here? When you go here, you'll see I've got some videos up here. Some of this content is different than what you see on YouTube. And you can hit the follow button if you want to follow me and get updates for when I'm going live. I will be live here this Friday. And Dell is sponsoring me for this Friday's video. But there's 3 separate little shops here. There's the equipment and tools that I use on this channel. And this is everything you see me use, or most of it. From the razor blade I use to cut things open to those Italian wire cutters that I love. The microphones and battery packs, the batteries themselves, the different screws, pliers, it's all in here, okay? But there's also this one, and this is the one I want to tell you about. It's called Deals Now, and I'm updating this pretty much 3 or 4 times a week. I was going to say pretty much every day, but it depends on if there's something worth updating. For example, this is the Intel 1 terabyte 660p that you see me use. It's an NVMe drive, 1 terabyte. It is $79.99 right now. And if you use my link, like if you click on it and you make a purchase, or any purchase of anything now that you've clicked on my link, I make a small commission. So you're going to buy it anyway. It's not costing you any more. And I don't see who's buying, but I can see what's being purchased. So your privacy is still your privacy, right? So I want you guys to know this is a really good deal. Anytime you can get a terabyte for under $100 in an NVMe format, that's a good deal. And especially when it's a name brand manufacturer like Intel. And it's not the highest performing drive, but the difference between this and a Samsung 970, which runs about twice the speed, it isn't really going to boot things twice as fast. But even that's on sale. The Samsung 970 Evo Plus, which is what Madi has in this computer we're working on, that's how long I've been using these. They have a MSRP of $299.99, and 6 months ago these were $450. They were $50. Let me think about this for a minute. They were $350, not $450. $350. When the suggested retail price was supposed to be $299, at $229.90, free returns, in stock, and you can have it in a couple days. Let me go back once more over to the deals page. I'll show you what else I got in here. This is the B560 HD3. That's what I would use on a 12th gen board. And this is the updated 8-year build motherboard. $110. Look at the video outs you've got, so you can continue to use probably be able to continue to use your monitor without having to buy adapters, because you've got, if you look here, you've got VGA, DVI, DisplayPort, and HDMI. And I think you can use 2 of them at the same time. Well, I know you can use 2 of them at the same time. I don't think you can use more than 2, but that's if you're going to do a 12th gen build. Intel's got more models and variations of 12th gen processors coming out after the first of the year. Right now there's only like 3. So they're limiting that just during the holiday season, and they're ramping up production. So after the first of the year, you'll have more motherboard choices and more chip choices. And this is using DDR4. This isn't going to use DDR5, so bear that in mind. But it'd be great in an 8-year build. And for that price, for $109.99, it's a good deal. This is the Lazy Susan that you see me spinning the computers on. These were $39. The price moved to $42, but right now they're out of stock. It's a solid Lazy Susan. It's one of the cheapest, and highly recommend it. And then these are just some, I think, are good prices on processors. This i5 is the 11600K at $229. Now, when these hit $199, I'll buy a bunch. But at $229, it's not a bad price. That's a fast chip. So you could pair this 11600K with that motherboard I just showed you. See, it's an LGA 1200 here. You can use a 400 series. Sorry. Yeah, this is LGA 1200. So that's the 9th and 10th generation chips are LGA. Wait a minute. Sorry, 10th, I'm screwing this up. 10th and 11th generation chips. So any Intel chip where the first 2 numbers after the dash are 10 or 11 would be an LGA 1200 socket. Now the new 12th generation is an LGA 1700. And that'll be a 600 series motherboard. So this is for, if this number here was a 6 instead of a 5, that would be for a 12th generation. So this 5 means essentially that it's going to work with intended for 11th gen, but also 10th gen processors will work on it. And you can go to the motherboard manufacturer's website. We could Google this Gigabyte B560 HD3. If I put that into Google, and let's see, is that still going through? Yeah, we'll go to this page at Gigabyte, see we're at Gigabyte, go to support, and look under CPU support right here, and this will tell you all the processors that it's compatible with. All these that start with an 11, those are 11th gen processors. They start with a 10, they're 10th gen processors. So there you go. And that's pretty much every motherboard manufacturer does this on the support side, so you can check it before you buy it, that it is compatible with the CPU you're buying. But I wanted to make you aware of these prices, and so that's the deals now list. And I'm still trying to work with some other good, reputable, quality sponsors that I will be able to offer you more discounts on and hopefully earn a commission some way, somehow, right? Whether it's a sponsor paying me a flat rate or I'm making a percentage of each sale. I like the percentage of each sale concept because that way I know that the sponsor doesn't have to worry about an investment. I'm only getting paid based on my performance. The other thing is when sponsors write you a flat amount, they often will then tell you what they want you to do, right? So if it's something I was going to do anyway, that's fine. But they will often even say, hey, look, we want you to show our product in a certain light, or emphasize these features or warranty, whatever it is. And then when you do that, don't do it live. You send it to us, let us inspect it to make sure that you've included everything the way we wanted it, and then make any changes we request. And then if there's any changes, send it to us again. And when we give you the green light, you can post it. And then by doing that, I can make a lot more money than super chat contributions or whatever YouTube pays. If I find the right sponsor and you guys see the value in it and you purchase it, that's a way for me to be able to let go of my main computer repair business and just be a content creator. And then I will become the very thing that I set out to represent. I set out to offer an alternative to enthusiasts and hobbyist videos, to show you a real professional. When I step away, and I see it as just a matter of time, when I step away from saying, okay, I don't want to work anymore for other people in computer repair, I'm just going to run my YouTube channel, then it won't be long before I'm just another hobbyist and enthusiast. I'll tell you right now. But if that pays better, I'm interested in growing my business, Once again, I'm sort of making this up as I go. I'm finding myself in situations I didn't plan for. I didn't say, when I graduated high school in 1986, I didn't say, gee, I hope one day to be a YouTube content creator. Because, there wasn't such a thing as YouTube. And the word content creator wasn't really part of our lexicon. It's just very fascinating to me to see where I am, and it reminds me of that Talking Heads song, Same As It Ever Was, right? That letting the days go by, and how did I get here? But I'm very happy in the direction this is moving, and I'm totally I sit and I think about how I have lived a pretty secluded life, not necessarily by choice, but I got really good at it. And now, to have this community here, and I consider all of you friends, the people I've gotten to talk to over the phone, the people I've gotten to know on a more personal level, most certainly. And for the rest of you, I see you as people I would likely become fast friends with if we ever talked or got together. I'm sure that there would be a mutual respect for one another, a mutual appreciation. And that's why it's so disappointing, getting back to the trolls, when that would discourage me from making content, to tolerate defending myself all the time. So in any event, all I'm trying to get to is I appreciate all of you. You're all a reason on why this whole thing has become what it is. And as long as you enjoy watching, I'll keep making them. Prior to the community, I was making videos because I wanted to. Not because I had to, and not because anybody was expecting me to. It was just something I wanted to do. And then, and I enjoyed it. But when something becomes an everyday task, and now it's something that you're obligated to, some of the fun goes away. And then there's the business side where you've got to make everything sustainable. You've got to be able to pay the bills. You've got to be a responsible adult. And it's that nut I'm trying to crack, right? So it's doing okay, but certainly not as well as some other YouTube channels, but better than most. Okay, I'm not sure how to phrase this the right way, but I just didn't see it coming. I never thought this was the direction my life was going to take, and I'm very happy that it has, and I'm very happy that you've joined me on this journey together. Steve, I'm not quite sure how to say your last name, Steve. Ducharme? He says, I graduated in 87. Yeah, there you go. The 80s, man, I'm telling you. Ron Tooney says, Carrie, your build vids are so detailed and informative, I'll never buy a pre-built computer. I will build my own. I just want to shout out a thank you for your vids. Right on, Ron. Yeah, building your own is the only way to go. Absolutely. Justy1 says, I do miss Jimmy and Lyle. When are you going to fix something at Studio A? Sometimes, when there's a holiday, I might have to be at Studio A. However, I don't have any plans to film over there. I was just over there earlier today. That's part of the reason that I was getting a late start today, because I had to give Lyle and Jimmy their dog cookies and pat them on the head and remind them that they're good boys. And Lyle was in the mood to play today, so we were in the backyard, and he likes to charge at me like a bull. And I reach out like I'm going to grab him, and he speeds by, turns around, and comes back the other way. Lyle's getting pretty old, though, so he's not running as fast as he used to, and I got to be careful because he'll overdo it, and he'll like start limping, you know, if his old bones, his old joints aren't there with his young puppy head. But Lyle's probably, I'm going to guess 10 or 11 years old at this point. Yeah. And you know, a dog like Lyle, he probably has, I'm going to guess, 3 or 4 years in him. And you know, he's been a great dog. We're very lucky to have found him at the dog pound. Nobody wanted him. In fact, they were going to put him down. And there's a whole video about that whole story here on my channel. And yeah, it's funny how time flies like that. It's been over a decade. I think it's been over a decade that we've got him. So that's pretty cool, you know, to found such a great dog, and he's been very healthy. He's not been expensive as far as like medical bills and stuff. He's had very few problems, and he's a total spoiled rotten brat. Jimmy, on the other hand, Jimmy was also a rescue, but he's kind of a goofball. He just wants somebody to love him. That's all he wants. So I wish I had more time to spend with him, but I don't want to, I can't film over there for the most part. So I don't want to pull him away from his home. I want him to stay home because these are rescues. These dogs have a history of being abandoned. So once they're with me, they won't be abandoned again, if that makes any sense. But I just saw them today. They're both happy and healthy, and I had to get them some dog cookies, you know, so I bribe them. I make sure they're happy to see me when I walk in the door because they know they're going to get a treat. But I appreciate your kind words there, Josty1. It looks like our Memtest86 did finally complete here. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Yeah, so we did, we're on pass number 2 now. We did a complete full pass, however long that took. And as you can see, no problems with the memory, and that's with XMP turned on. Because I know Anthony Remus really tested the heck out of this before he shipped it to me. Then I inspected it because I wanted to see the kind of work Anthony does, and gave it my stamp of approval and sent it to Madi. Now a year later, Madi has sent it back, and through a BIOS update, it looks like it caused the issue for returning it, and it may be that the video card got damaged in the shipping, because Madi said he wasn't having any video card problems. So what we were seeing, he's never seen that. Let's turn that off. Okay. Monica Esparza says, Carrie, is the pluggable USB-C to M2 NVMe tool-free enclosure still your favorite? Yes. Yes, it is. I've got one right, where did I put it? It should be right down here. Yeah. I keep it in its box. Does Amazon still have that? Let's take a look. Pluggable. I always thought it had, I don't know why I thought it had 2 G's. It's 1 G. Pluggable NVMe enclosure. $50, but there's a save $10 with a coupon. Yeah, this is the one I like right here. So you clip that coupon, that's a good deal. I should add that to my deals now, because that absolutely is a great tool. You can install a drive in it permanently or temporarily. You need no tools at all to install the drive. And if you want to learn more about it, if you've not seen my video on this, you should check it out. Now there is another one that I really liked a lot. And let's see if I turn that off. The other one I like is, has like a little RGB cooling fan on it, which I think is annoying. But this is Iconboo. Good for you. Anyway, I reviewed this one. The reason I like this one, this does require a screwdriver, or a real tiny one at that, and they're little teeny tiny screws. So it's not a toolless installation, and I wish it were. But this will let you use SATA or NVMe M.2s. Up until I tested this one, the enclosures were separate. One for NVMe M.2s and a different one for SATA M.2s. Well, this one will do either one. Let me see if I can pull this one up on Amazon. Let's see. Oops, that's not what I want. And I'm not quite sure how to say it, but I'll spell it out here. AIKONPU NVMe. There it is. See, it's SATA or NVMe. It's only $30, but it's a more permanent style enclosure. Now, there is only the one screw. If you see the instructions here, you take out that one screw and then you slide it down and the top part separates. You put your M2 in there and there's like a little, they're calling it a bayonet jamming circuit board. But anyway, it's just a little rubber nub that sits down into the base of the enclosure. And then you slide it back, you slide the cover back on, put the one screw back in it. And if it's a brand new drive, you'll have to partition and format it. But I'll tell you what, if you've taken a drive, like let's say you have a laptop or a desktop that won't boot up anymore, or something wrong with it, but you need the data off the drive. Well, if the drive is okay and it's something else that's causing the problem, the beauty is you can take this out. You can take the M.2 drive rather out of the computer that's not working, put it in the enclosure, plug it into a computer that is working, and pull the files you need off of it. Again, assuming that the drive isn't the problem. Like let's say a power supply went out or a video card went out, and you've got some very important documents for school, for work, for whatever. What are you going to do? Well, if you have one of these and the same screwdriver, you're going to need to take the screw out of the M.2 you have now will be the same one you'd use to take out that one screw. It comes with a small screwdriver anyway. This one, no screws. It's all toolless. You put it in there, you plug this in, and it looks just like a flash drive to your computer, and all of your folders and files are all right there for you to copy over to another computer. Now, of course, if you make backups like you're supposed to, you should never find yourself in that position. And these are excellent to make backups to because they're so fast. The problem with a lot of the external solid state storage, like this is from Arico, this is 1 terabyte of storage. It's kind of a funky design. I don't know why it looks like Lego or something that separates. It doesn't separate. But this is a portable solid state drive. And the advantage is it's smaller, right? It's quite a bit shorter. However, these, when they heat up, when you're copying a lot of data to them, their write speed goes right down into the toilet. So your first couple minutes of copying happen pretty rapidly, and then it just starts getting slower and slower and slower. And it's disappointing because this is a terabyte, but to write a full terabyte to it nonstop, it'll take you about 8 or 9 hours to complete that task. But if you just want to copy a couple of gigs over to it, super fast. But it kind of defeats the purpose of having 1,000 gigabytes of storage if it takes 8 or 9 hours to write 1,000 gigabytes to it. I mean, that's a lot of data, don't get me wrong. But with this, it won't slow down. This will copy that same terabyte of data, assuming, you can buy a budget NVMe drive because your bottleneck is going to be your USB port. So there's no sense putting a high performance drive in this. Use this as your backup, use it as a massive flash drive, and know that if you had to copy hundreds of gigabytes, 600, 700 gigabytes, all in one fall swoop, this will do it faster. Both of these will do that faster than something like this. And the price is about the same. So this makes more sense to me if its capacity was smaller. If this was 500 gigs, if it was half its size, I think it'd be a better deal. But if they sell it as a terabyte, I want to use it as a terabyte. But if it's writing that slow, if it gets hot and it starts to slow down, that it takes 8 or 9 hours to complete that task, time is money in my line of work. So this doesn't make sense. Again, to have that large of a capacity doesn't equate well with having that speed slow down when it starts to get hot. And it'll get hot quick if you're writing hundreds of gigs to it at once, which I do. I'm going to take one of my videos and edit it. My videos, one of these videos alone, out of the camera, is several hundred. Let me think about this for a minute. It's several hundred gigabytes, or it can be, especially if I've got multiple cameras. So if I want to move that to an editing station, I don't want to use this. This will take too long. I'll use this or this. So I'll have to add these to the deals now, but these should both be in the first link I showed you at my Amazon store that says equipment and tools that I use. These should, I believe, are listed in there, and I'll double check and make sure they are. Thank you for asking that. That was from Monica. Thank you, Monica. Monica says, I want to get the Intel 1 terabyte NVMe from your Amazon link, and I'm looking for an enclosure for it. Yeah, I would totally do this one. Even though this one's cheaper, I think this one's all around better. I've liked everything I've gotten from Pluggable so far. They make a bunch of different computer peripherals, and everything they've made, I think I've liked everything I've reviewed from them. I think. I'm trying to remember. Sabrent also has a really nice, big, heavy, let's see if I can find it, M2 enclosure. Let's go back over here and let's look up, let me move this over here. Sabrent. There it is. Yeah, that thing is the whole thing is like a heat sink. So if I wanted to put an NVMe drive in an enclosure that is going to stay that way indefinitely, I would choose this one. It's a bit bigger and heavier, and it's going to dissipate the heat better. And I've got video reviews of all of these that I'm talking about here on the channel. This one is only NVMe compatible, not SATA. So the blue on the left there is showing an NVMe drive, and on the right it's showing a SATA drive. And it looks like they have it in, the tool-free enclosure, which says currently unavailable, has like a little thing on the bottom you turn. Yeah. So, and I've reviewed this one as well. But yeah, if it was going to stay in there permanently, then that's the enclosure I'd find. That's exactly what I use it for. It's a permanent enclosure. In fact, if I go back over here, just to put action to the words, I've got it in the other room, and I've been using it, oh my gosh, well, ever since I made the video when I reviewed it. And I believe that's what I've got is the Intel 660p in here. And you know, you can see size-wise it's a bit larger. It's certainly heavier. It's a little bit thinner. This one's a little bit thinner. This just has a lot of heft. This feels like it's really super solid. It's got a little rubber base here. You've got to take 4 screws out, and then I think it's magnetically held in place with a little doodad. So reviews for all of these are here on the channel, and I should double check that I have those on both my regular Amazon store and my Deals Now store, because $10 off that pluggable is a good deal. Ron Tooney says, oh wait, Old Man 55 says USB 3.1 Generation 2 transfers from 800 megabytes to 1 gig speeds. Right, but the question is, can the device sustain those speeds? A device like this can't sustain it. It gets too hot, and the amount of time it takes to write data to it slows way, way down. So if you're copying a ton of data, you don't want to use something like this. You want to use one of these devices. So this is great as a technician that I can put either SATA or NVMe M.2 drives in this with one tool. But it takes a screwdriver for one screw. This one is easier because it doesn't take any tools, but it is NVMe only. And this is like a good permanent enclosure to use as your backup drive. It's small enough to still fit in your pocket relatively easy, and it will sustain those high read and write speeds. It won't get hot and slow down. So, or it won't slow down. If it does, it won't slow down drastically like the other one does. So anyway, I rely on this probably nearly every day. And I don't even remember what M.2 I put in there, but I like all these. I recommend all of these. Just depends on what it is you're trying to accomplish with it. As a tech, having something like this, so handy. I just want to pop it in, do what I need to do, and get on with the next job or finish that job. With this one, it's great because now if I have a client that brings in an SATA-based M.2, I have a way to read it. And I also have a backup. If this shouldn't work for any reason, I have this to fall back on for NVMe. And for my own personal, large backup drive storage, I'm telling you, that's the way to go. I was at Studio A, as I mentioned earlier, and I started collecting up all of the hard disk drives that I've got. I haven't been using hard disk drives now for about 3 years. It's pretty rare customers even still want them. So I've been securely erasing them using that YB. Speaking of that, let's see if Amazon has that. That should be added to the list too. Let's see if the YB Tech drive eraser is still on here. because I'm going to make a note to myself to include a link to that too. So let's go over here, no, up here, YB Erasure. Is it YB Tech? Why am I not finding it? Let's try drive. And it's a Z, E-R-A-Z-E-R. I don't see it anymore. Let me just check the model. Let's just type in WIEBETECH. Oh, looks like they have a fancier model here. Forensic Ultra Dock, $300. Ooh, that's pricey. This is the one I use right here. The Drive Erasure Ultra. It still has IDE cables. I love this little box for securely erasing, but I guess they haven't made it in a while. That would be my guess here. But this must be its replacement. Interesting. YBTech Forensic. So what does it do? If it's forensics, it's usually for data recovery, not data destruction. But it looks like the same box. Oh, it's got a FireWire connection. Interesting. Didn't even know that existed, and I'm not even sure what it does. Let's see. Secure erase hard disk drive. So StarTech looks like it makes a drive eraser sanitizer. You see, they're pretty pricey. And that one, you just slide the drive in just like you would a piece of bread in a toaster. You don't even have to hook it up to the computer. But it's not only a drive eraser, secure eraser, it also works as a drive dock. So you're getting two tools in one, and you'll see it works with the smaller 2.5-inch drives as well as the standard desktop 3.5-inch drives. Yeah. Well, it certainly make you appreciate Redkey that much more when you see those prices, right? They're pretty pricey. This is supposed to be a hard drive duplicator and eraser. I reviewed this. I did not like it at all. I think I ended up selling it on eBay. They have some pretty cool tools here. This is an SD duplicator. So you can put SD cards. You put your source SD card in the upper left, and you put all your blanks there, and it'll make a duplicate image simultaneously to all the banks you have filled. So that's some serious IT work there. That's not really a hobbyist tool. Okay, so enough of that. You get me hooked on Amazon. I'll be there all day looking at stuff, and then I'll probably end up having to buy some stuff. But I'll need to just double check, and thank you for the reminder, to make sure these are, I'm going to put them in the deals now section. At least the pluggable one I'll put in the deals now with that $10 off coupon. And then the other two, if they're not already in the production equipment that I use, I'll be sure and add them later tonight. Patrick Russo was mentioning an Acasis. Let me see if I can find that. Oh, okay. So once again, looking back at the site, you can see the duplicator cloner, which I've demonstrated this on video, and then they have their own separate enclosure. But this thing is really cool, and if you look at my YouTube channel, you'll see my review of it. It's pretty slow, but there's no software required. You don't have to have any technical know-how. You would just take your source M.2 drive. Like, let's say, for example, you've got an M.2 drive and you want to upgrade it to something bigger. You want to increase your capacity, but you don't want to lose all your programs and you don't want to reinstall everything. So you put your M.2 drive, you stick it straight up into the slot, and you put your blank M.2 drive, which has to be the same size or larger as far as capacity goes. And then you hit the start button, or you hold it down until the light starts to blink, and walk away. Once it's all done, you have an exact clone and you didn't have to fuss with any software. But that's one of those things you definitely want to, I would suggest doing it at night and then go to bed, because it's probably going to take a while to complete the task. But it's a solid piece of metal. You don't want to drop it on your foot. And you can also use it as a docking station. So let's say, for example, somebody sends me a laptop and the laptop's not booting and they need the data off of it. I can take the M.2 NVMe drive out, just like the hard drive toaster. This is like an NVMe drive toaster. And you could pop it in there and you can use it to read and write to the drive. It's not just a duplication tool, it's a dock as well. It's an NVMe dock. And it's NVMe only, not SATA. And that's got a coupon to save an extra 5%, whatever that turns out to be. So yeah, thank you for the reminder on that one as well. Blackwatch says, I can't find a good quality thumb drive at a decent price under 32 gigs. Let's take a quick look here at Amazon. We're going to go back over to Amazon. And we'll do the, whoops. I would consider a 32 gig. Let's do SanDisk Extreme USB. Yeah, I mean, look at that, 64 gigs is only $12.40. That's crazy. There's a couple of 128s. But you want to go smaller than 32. The size is always double. So, you know, there were 1 gigs and there were 2 gig flash drives, then 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. Now they make them up to 2 terabytes. There's some crazy expensive, check this out, 2 terabyte. You see these drives that say they're 2 terabytes and they're $38? I can almost guarantee every one of these is lying to you. These are probably all scam products. There's no way you're getting 2 terabytes for $40. That's a warning. These drives probably have a capacity of around 32 gigs, and they've reprogrammed the firmware to report that they're 2 terabytes. So if you copy a couple of files to it to test it, it'll pass. But if you try and copy 2 terabytes to it, it'll probably give you all kinds of errors after it hits its real 32 gig or whatever it is inside of it. Could be smaller. But I would say all of these are probably fake. Watch for the reviews. There's just no way, there's no way that $24.99 is, or $24.98 is getting you 2 terabytes. Let's look at the ratings. They're a scam. See, these people, right here, this person says I couldn't manage to copy more than about 300 gigs. Yeah, it's not 2 terabyte. All these people that are rating it 5 are either fake reviewers or they just copied a couple small files to verify that it worked. So don't get caught up in that. The real 2 terabyte flash drives, just to give you an idea of what to expect. Let's see if I can find one. So here's a SanDisk 1 terabyte. I use these myself, $170. They were on sale for about $10 less. I expect them to go on sale again during the holidays. Now, if you wanted a mechanical 2 terabyte drive in an enclosure that runs off USB power, $55. And I would only buy either Seagate's or Western Digital's. I'm trying to remember the name of the real 2 terabyte drive. I'm trying to remember who makes it. Is it a Voyager from Corsair? Yeah, look how expensive that is. $300. I don't know why that's so much money. That's way too much money. Yeah, anyway, I'll have to find it. Let's see. I'm thinking of the Kingston Ultimate GT. That's what it is. Kingston Ultimate GT. Huh, it's not up here. I was just looking. It's really super thick. It is, the size of it, to have that capacity. There it is. Currently unavailable. It's 2,000 gigs, but that thing is probably going to get in the way of other USB devices. So they give you a little extension cable here so that you plug that in so it doesn't get in the way, and then you can plug the flash drive into the other end of the extension cable. Now, I've never used one. I don't know how reliable they are. Kingston's a well-known memory manufacturer. They've been around a long time, but I've not tested this. But it is a fairly large drive for a flash drive. A lot of people, if you look at this, it says the device contains 1.98 terabytes where it's missing 27 gigs, but it's not missing it. What they're referring to is reported capacity. So it's basically what is it? Here we go. I'm going to read this out loud. When purchasing disk drives, 1 gig is often defined as one, that looks like a terabyte. I don't think they have the numbers right. Looks like they have an extra set of 3 numbers. But that would be GIB, gigabytes, which is a standard unit used in the field of data processing and transmission, and is defined as base 1024 rather than base 1000. For example, 1 gigabyte is defined as 1,000 to the third power of bytes, whereas 1 gigabyte is defined as 1,024 to the third power. And that's where your discrepancy is when you're formatting, is the manufacturer of the drive is reporting it in the gigabyte size because that's a bigger. Wait, am I doing it wrong? Maybe I got it backwards. They're reporting the size of the drive as a gigabyte, and when you format it, Microsoft is reporting the space back in gigabyte. Yeah, don't make a short edit out of this, Cryos, because I totally screwed up that explanation. But essentially, you're not losing any space. I've seen people review things and they go, well, it said it was this capacity, but after formatting it, it's only this capacity. It's the same capacity after you format it. It's the way that Microsoft is calculating the space versus the way the manufacturer of the drive is calculating the space. It's the same amount of space. It's like saying, I'm driving 62 miles per hour. Is the same as saying I'm driving 100 kilometers an hour. It's the same thing. We're reporting it two different ways. I wish my car could hit 100 kilometers an hour. But it only goes up to 62. It's the same thing. It's just being reported differently. Master Singleton's pointing me to the PNY 1 terabyte. Oh, yeah, okay, I don't like this drive. I'll show it to you guys. These PNY drives, I don't like the design on them because this piece slides forward. There's no LED on it to see if it's reading or writing or that it's active. And I find if you don't hold the drive in the right place as you push it into the USB slot, I end up closing it on itself. I'm trying to hold on to this piece when I push it in, forcing this piece to then slide forward and cover up the, I don't like that for numerous reasons. I don't like the way that it opens and closes. I don't like that it closes itself if you don't hold it here at the back when you're unplugging it, which is really strange. And I don't like the fact that it has no activity LED. Now, performance-wise, it might perform well. And price-wise, I don't think it's a good deal, honestly. $155, I think is too much money. You can get the SanDisk Extreme Pro, which has the LED indicator for activity, as well as this magnetic open and close, which is very solid. And it's like, what, $10 more or something like that? But to each his own. I mean, if that's what you like, that's what you like. Joshua says hardware manufacturers use 1,000 to represent 1K, right? Somebody might say, how much did you pay for your car or your house? They might say, oh, I paid $25K or I paid $300K for my house. They're assuming that K is 1,000. But the software, Microsoft specifically, likes to use 1,024, and then they say that's 1K. 1,020. Remember, because it's computers are on or off, right? 1 or 0. So you have you have the option of on or off. That would be. I'm trying to think how to explain this. If you start with on or off, you have two options, 2 bytes. Then it goes 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1024, 2048, 4096, 8192, 16, 384, 32, 6. I can't remember. But that's all based on that 1024. We just keep doubling each thing over and over. So it adds a little confusion, but it is not giving you less space after you formatted it. It's the same amount of space before you formatted it. They're just they're calculating the space differently. think I beat that dead horse. Barney Boy says, Carrie, great show. Thank you. I appreciate that. Is that the same for RAM? No, you don't format RAM. So when you get 32 gigs of RAM, you should see 32 gigs of RAM in your system unless you have integrated graphics on your CPU, because it's going to need some of your RAM to work the graphics. When you buy a graphics card, one of the things you're buying is how much RAM it has on it. If it didn't have any RAM on it, it would have to steal RAM from your system or borrow it. They call it sharing. I call it stealing. However, if you see that you have a certain amount of RAM that's usable, that means that, and it's less. Like, let's say you've got 32 gigs, and then it says 31.8 usable. That means 0.2 of it is being used for your internal graphics on your CPU. So if you're not using the internal graphics on your CPU because you have a discrete graphics card, you need to go into your BIOS and disable the onboard graphics, and you'll get the full 32 gigs or whatever your RAM is. It'll be 32 usable. Master Singleton saying a better deal would be the SanDisk 1 terabyte Ultra Dual Drive USB Type-C. Again, he sends a link. And that one, so again, we're going right back to my same complaints here, and I'll show this one to everybody as well. And I would never own that flash drive. You could have all of those. But this flash drive, these that swing open, I hate putting these on a key ring because they twist around. They don't stay closed. There's no drive activity light on it. And it's USB Type-C only, which, again, if you're a technician and you're going out on site, what are the odds your customers have computers that are new enough? In my case, I very rarely run into computers that have the Type-C plug on the case. They're just not there yet as far as being commonplace amongst the general public. So for the fact that it's USB Type-C, if you wanted this to back up your phone and you have a Type-C connector on your phone, this would make sense. But for PC use, it makes no sense for me personally for all those reasons. Again, if you look at the SanDisk Extreme Pro, these are my flash drives of choice. This is what you see me use constantly. They look like this. There's 256 gigs, and it's $60. That's a good price. Here's the Extreme Go USB 3.1. It's only 64 gigs, $12.40. This one here, USB 3.2, is 512 gigs. You should be able to get that cheaper than that, I think. Don't forget also, you can oftentimes buy direct from the manufacturer. So if we go to SanDisk, is it sandisk.com? We should be able to view, or rather shop. Let's shop USB flash drives. Now check this out. You can order directly from SanDisk. Sometimes their prices are cheaper than other online retailers. So here's the Extreme Pro. This is the line of flash drives I prefer. Forget all these other ones. I don't like any of these. But this one right here, when you click on it, you're going to see all your capacity options. 128 gigs, $39.99. 256 gigs is $58.99. 512 gigs is $99.99. That's a lot cheaper than what we just saw at Amazon. And the 1 terabyte, $169.99, which was the price that it was on Amazon. So the 512 one should be about $100. And whoever was selling that on Amazon was making quite a profit on that one. So be aware that it doesn't hurt to quickly check out the manufacturer's site, because many manufacturers do sell direct to the consumer. Now, you may not get that amazing customer service if you need it that you do get from Amazon and easy returns. So there is a benefit still to sticking with Amazon. But that's how I ended up getting the Big Beast case from Corsair, is I went to Corsair's website, just say Corsair shop, and we'll just go to corsair.com and we'll look for, where do we shop at? Gaming gear, PC components. Let's say PC components. Let's say we want to buy a case. We'll go over to the cases and then we'll hit shop now. Now we're shopping at Corsair. We can buy these cases directly from Corsair and bypass the middleman. Sometimes you get a better deal that way. Now, I'm only seeing the one case here, but you know, Corsair makes a lot of them. There's the case for the Big Beast build right here. So if we click on that one, for example, it's funny, it shows it on this picture, but let's just search for it. Okay, it's this case right here. It just they have a different front on it. But $514.99 for an Obsidian Series 1000D. Now let's take that same thing and look at Amazon. And we'll just paste that description right here. There it is. How much is it? Not available. Well, that's good. I see $514.99. That's good. When I was putting the Big Beast build together, the parts list, this was coming up at about $50 more. And the cheapest place I bought it, the cheapest place I found it available for sale. I looked at Amazon, I looked at Newegg, I looked at all the different websites. Corsair had the cheapest price. So I bought it direct from Corsair. So keep your mind open, especially when you're shopping the holiday season and you're looking for something that's hard to find. Try going direct to the manufacturer. It's like Madi was saying, we bought these blower style cards direct from EVGA. So I don't know how EVGA is doing it now. I think they're pointing people to Best Buy for stuff, but I think you can still order power supplies directly from them. Blackwatch wants to know if Western Digital bought SanDisk. I believe that's true, yes. Western Digital bought SanDisk October 21st of 2015, so a little over 6 years ago. So it is a part of Western Digital, but it operates, as far as I know, the same as its own independent company. Like Zappos is a great place to shop for shoes, but it's owned by Amazon. But when you shop from Zappos, you get a Zappos experience, which Amazon customer service is terrible by comparison. Zappos has the best customer service I've ever experienced, and it's consistently good. So if you're looking for a pair of shoes, check out Zappos. They even have a 365-day return policy, meaning if you bought a pair of shoes and you just haven't gotten around to wearing them, you want to send them back, you don't like them, whatever, as long as they're not worn, in other words, you could test, you could test them, but as long as they're in the same condition they were sent to you, you can return it up to a year from when you purchased it, which is crazy. Who needs that much time to decide? Richard wants to know if I have any Acronis deals coming. I don't have any planned right now. Acronis is shifting to a subscription-only model, meaning there's no more perpetual license. And that's because they're entering into the antivirus space. And when I think of Acronis, I don't think of antivirus software. I don't think of PC security software. I think of backup and cloning software. So I guess what happened was, like, Goldman Sachs invested like $149 million or something into Acronis so they can grow the business. And now they have to show those investors results and progress in showing the investors what their money is paying for and giving them a return on investment. And when they did that, they kind of shifted the whole paradigm of their business model, and I'm not on board with it. I don't agree with it. So I'm trying to find another piece of software to recommend for making images and cloning, and Macrium Reflect comes to mind, but it's a lot more money. It's also not as intuitive to use. But I am saddened that the powers that be over at Acronis decided to get into the security antivirus space, because that's not what they're known for. And you're just not going to do everything well. You're not going to do cloning and backing up and imaging and antivirus and be the top of your class in all those categories. You're going to excel probably in two of those things and be meh in the other two. And I don't like that Acronis isn't giving me that choice anymore. They've also gotten very aggressive with their marketing, where they would pop up advertisements unless you uncheck a box to not do that. Even though you paid for the product, I'd understand if it was free, but if I paid for it and by default it throws advertising at me, unless I go in and manually turn it off, this isn't the same Acronis. This is a different company now. They are not who they used to be. That doesn't mean the software's bad. I still use Acronis today. However, I am not a fan of the antivirus portion. Even the subscription model, I don't mind it, but what I do mind is having an antivirus built into it. That really annoys me. And they say, well, you can turn it off, but it's a pain. It's nothing simple. You got to go into certain menus and submenus, and when Acronis updates, you got to be careful that it doesn't turn all that stuff back on again. So I just find it insulting that they've decided to use my computer as their billboard, unless I tell them otherwise. It should be the other way around. If they want to ask me during the install if I want to turn that on, that's fine. But they don't even ask you. It's just on by default. And you're going to start getting pop-ups in the lower right corner of your screen advertising their stuff. And believe me, it's caused more than one support call. So I'm looking for an alternative to Acronis. And when I have time, I'll reevaluate Macrium Reflect again. Ron Tooney says, what's your opinion on a great case for 2022? This is the hardest decision of my computer build. I think that, what I'm looking for in a case and what you're looking for in a case may be two different things. I'm trying to find cases that'll look good in an office. So we don't want the glass panel or a window on the case. We don't want RGB on it. We want just a plain box like the Corsair 200R. The PureBase 600 from Be Quiet and the Fractal Design R5, which I think is what we've got here with Madi's computer. It's a Fractal, is it a Define R5? I think it is. In any event, this one has no front base for like a DVD drive. You could always plug one into a USB port, and Amazon sells these, USB, CD, DVD, and even Blu-ray reader writers. But if I was looking for a direct replacement for the 200R and I needed it today, I'd probably get the PureBase 600 if I could find one of those. A lot of those are out of stock. But it basically just a good mid-tower case that's solid. You know, it's not flimsy. That has two USB 3.0s either at the top or, you know, at the top front or the top. I prefer to have the storage, the hard drive bays, to be toolless. I don't want drive sleds or drive caddies or even any screws. The 200R made that so easy. But these days, customers aren't really wanting the DVDs, and they're not really wanting 2.5-inch or 3.5-inch hard drives. They want the NVMe drives. So I guess, you know, that's what makes the PureBase 600 okay for me. I don't like the hard drive trays and the way that they work. I think that's the worst design I've ever seen, and I think it's ugly. However, if you get one without a case window, you don't have to look at it, and you can take those drive cages out. And there's going to be some good deals on cases. I've already been seeing some cases on sale as early Black Friday specials from Be Quiet. I think one of the PureBase, was it the PureBase or it was either PureBase or Corsair. You know, the Corsair 4000D, that's the one that I just shipped off last week. That one is a good case if you don't mind having the glass panel. But the 200R is still my favorite. Finding any case right now is slim pickings, kind of. But you should read reviews and make sure you look for things that are important to you. Like maybe you're somebody that has a lot of hard disk drives, or you plan to. So you're going to want the ability to have that case hold as many drives as you plan on putting into it. And some people might want a certain look. They might want a certain color. They might want a certain size. They might want it to be portable. They might want it to be a showpiece. They might want it to just be an undescript box in the corner that doesn't draw any attention, right? They might want something that's quiet. They might want something that's roomy and easy to work in. So you take what's important to you, and I would look at the big manufacturers like NZXT, Corsair. I've not been a big fan of the Thermaltake cases, but they're okay. Cooler Master, Fractal Design. Anybody in the chat room have some suggestions for a good case manufacturer overall, other than the ones I just named? Mr. C Music Production says, "Good day, Kerry. Thank you for your videos. Respect from Australia." Right on. Thank you, Mr. C. Dave Price says, Macrium Reflect is $70. Yeah, it's quite pricey, but I think they were running a sale on it. So Macrium Reflect has a lot of different versions, and the pricing starts at $69.95 as a flat rate one-time payment, not a subscription. And for Black Friday, they're doing 50% off. So I'll put the link here in the chat room if you're interested in checking it out. I'm not recommending it, but there's a lot of people that have a lot of nice things to say about it. A lot of people really like Macrium Reflect. And I can turn this page on here so you can see it. So macrium.com/Black-Friday, 50% off, single license, $34.98. Now that's a decent price. That's not bad. However, I don't know the product well enough to assist you with any questions you might have about using it. And I would have to revisit this product now that they're on what, version 8? Yeah, Macrium Reflect 8. But this may be what I end up recommending for cloning and imaging instead of Acronis, because you can still buy a perpetual license and they don't force you into that subscription model, and they're not trying to be an antivirus company. I really can't get behind that. Acronis kind of, how can I phrase this? Acronis and I have grown in different directions. I'd like to see Acronis get back to their roots and do what they're known for doing and being the best at, and let the antivirus people, let those people do their job, you do your job. But that may be the old man in me talking. I know convergence is the way things are moving, but and I suppose if the antivirus is good and you can save money by not paying for Malwarebytes or some other third-party software, security software, that makes Acronis an even better deal. Except I don't want that in my backup software. It just feels random. It feels like an excuse to just bill people ongoing subscription into infinity forever. So it certainly encourages me to take another look at Macrium Reflect. Juan the Panda with a $5 contribution says, really sucks you can't really own most software with it all going to be subscription based. Yeah, agreed. However, there may be a time where you won't even need your own storage. There may be a time where you just need something like a Chromebook, which would be a very inexpensive computer that you would do everything online with, and you just pay for those services so that you don't have to do it all for each computer. You just have the login, and once you log in, you have sort of a virtual desktop and virtual programs installed on a server, and your computer is the interface to that. And it would cache everything so that you could work when you're not connected, like when you're on an airplane or something. You could still get your work done. Again, just like a Chromebook. And then when you reconnect to the internet, it resynchronizes all the changes. So I think that's where it's going. I just don't know how long it'll take for us to get there. Master Singleton's recommending an Antec P10 Flux. So the problem I have immediately is that it has a case door. And I've talked about case doors in the past. I'll show everybody what we're looking at here. The case door is going to swing open one direction, and that means that if you put the computer, if you sat to the left of this computer, you'd be swinging the door open towards you. So if this is on the floor, you have to reach down and kind of awkwardly get that. Let's say you put a DVD drive in it, right? Because it's got that slot up there for a DVD drive. Now it looks like it's got the ability to perhaps, I can't really tell. Sometimes some case manufacturers let you flip the door, reversible and swing open front panel. Okay, so it looks like you can open it from either side, but these doors always break. Every case I've ever seen with a door on the front of it will eventually have a broken door, and then the door will be thrown away and you just have the case without the door. So if the case didn't have the door, I'd like it better. Yeah, they're showing it opens either to the right or to the left. That is kind of a good thing. The problem is if you, for the companies that I support, their employees will move desks a couple times a year. So the computer may be on their right, and then they move desks, and now the computer's on their left. And this is one more thing that you have to do to help them. It's more labor. So if you're at home and you're not a business and you do all this stuff yourself, that's great, good for you. But as a tech, this is just more stuff to break and more reasons to get a support call. My door opens on the wrong side, I need you to come fix it. So yeah, I'm not a fan. I suppose you could probably take the door off altogether, but it doesn't really look good. It's not very, it's pretty bland, it's pretty plain. I was trying to see if, oh, and then they have the mounting on the back of the motherboard tray. Don't like that at all. And they've got drive rails too in the hard drive cage down below. I don't know why we're still using drive rails today. So yeah, I can't get on board with that design, and it's too much money. If it was $60, maybe it'd be worth it, but not for $90. Not for me anyway. But I appreciate the suggestion. I think if you want one of the best cases to work on from a technician standpoint or a building standpoint, NZXT has all those cable management tracks. They've got the whole front port header is one plug that you can just plug right onto your board. So your power switch, reset switch, power LED, hard drive LED is one plug. Slide it right on there, you're done. The cases are attractive. They're not gaudy. They're very well priced. The gauge of metal they use makes them very sturdy. They're solid cases, but they're also quite heavy. Patrick's asking, what about an Intel NUC for office use? Oh yeah, lots of offices use the NUC. One of my clients has 2 of them. One of the reasons they wanted a NUC was in the receptionist desk. They don't have a lot of space for stuff. It's kind of it's in a corner. When you walk into the business, there's a receptionist desk, and they don't want a big computer there. And anyway, so we ended up putting an 8 series Intel NUC there, and they love it because space is a premium right there. You know, they don't have a lot of room, and they didn't want a computer to take up all that space. So absolutely, yeah. The only problem with the NUC is it's all proprietary components except for the storage and the RAM. If anything goes out on it, like if a board goes, you're going to have to replace the unit. If it's out of warranty, you're not going to be repairing that, not likely. So they're like disposable computers. But they've been using one now for 2 years, and it's on 24/7. They never turn it off. And then just a couple months ago, they wanted the second one. And then I still have my original NUC, which I think I did that NUC. When did I do the NUC video? Let's take a look. Eight years ago. That NUC is still being used today. It's never had a problem. Never had a problem. And that was when that was just introduced. The NUC was a new thing. This is a Generation 1 NUC from Intel. And let's see if I can show you. Yeah. So you can see that was April 20th of 2013. And this April, it'll be 9 years old, and it, as I mentioned, is being used every single day for remote work. from home. And I've changed nothing. It's still got the same RAM, the same M.2 drive, or MSATA drive, I think is what they called it. Works great, yeah. Yeah, I'm still using that same machine even now. Never had to repair it. Never had to upgrade it. So, yeah. Rick Hubbard with a 5-pound contribution said, breakfast with Carrie. Nice. Cheers, Rick. Matt92 said, the NUC video was the video where the box that the NUC came in when you slid the box open. It was like one of those birthday cards that has a little, it sings to you or something, you know. Anyway, whatever that technology is that you find in those birthday cards, that's what they put in the box. So when you slid the outer part of the box out to get the NUC out of it, it played Intel's theme tune, that bum, 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 bum. It was the dumbest thing. They invested money in that. What, are you going to just open and close the box to hear that tune? Oh, I can't get those notes out of my head, those bum, 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 5 notes. Yeah, I gave Intel a hard time about that. Living to Live says, I regret not buying an i7 or an i9. I definitely wish I would have. I need the extra cores for virtual machines. 6 cores and 6 threads makes me sad. My laptop has 8 cores, 8 threads. So I'm looking for an 8-core, 16-thread minimum. Yeah, well, virtual machines, you definitely, I'm on board with you. You're definitely going to want that. Okay, it's somehow 2 o'clock in the morning. Time flies when we're having fun. That means I've been live now for a little over 4.5 hours. I'm going to wrap this up here and now because at some point I need to go to bed and I still have a lot more work I've got to get done. So I want to thank you guys for joining me tonight, and I'm going to talk to Marty about what's going on or how he wants to proceed if we're going to change the case, and we'll wait till next week to follow up with that. In the meantime, I need to open an RMA with EVGA so I can get this 2080 Ti sent back on his behalf. And I want to, whenever I'm going to ship, I really want to ship this week, obviously before Thursday. So I have about 3 days. I need to get 2 computers out. And once the Black Friday and then Cyber Monday hit, shipping's going to be hit hard for about 2 weeks. Right around the end of the first, well, right around December 3rd, 4th, or 5th, it should be a good time again for me to ship anything until about December 15th. I don't think I'll ship anything after December 15th for fear that it's just going to get pretty rough shipping and there's probably going to be delays. So probably I'm going to guess from December 15th to January 15th, I'm going to hold off any shipping unless somebody really, really needs something and then they're willing to risk those delays in shipping and the accompanying damage that's possible, because they are going to be handling boxes quickly, not necessarily carefully. So I will avoid sending anything like a computer during that time, and it's just a bad time to ship. So I have, everything gets really super busy for me during the holiday season. I know a lot of other people I talk to say things slow down for them. My business has consistently always been crazy busy from Black Friday until Christmas Day. It just, and there's a couple of reasons for this. I have a couple of accountants that need 5 computers from me, but they don't want them right now. But when January 1st rolls around, they want them not only in their office and working, but with all the updated tax software. So the updated tax software won't come out. It's not out yet. Congress is changing the tax law frequently. So towards the end of the year, usually right around mid-December, the accountants are in the calm before the storm, and that's pretty much when they want me to bring them their computers. And then they have time to install their software and get everything tested and make sure it works. So when January 2nd happens, they're ready to enter into that tax season, which will steadily get busier until April 15th or whatever the deadline is next year for filing taxes. So that's one of the reasons I get busy. The second reason is, of course, it's the holiday season and it's a good time for people to buy gifts. And the third reason is just Murphy's Law, I guess. People just decide, maybe they were given some money for the holidays or they're expecting to get some money, or I don't know. But for whatever reason, that seems to be the time when people who have been putting things off all year then call me and say, man, I've been meaning to have you come over here and fix this thing. It's like the New Year's coming up and they're like, have a New Year's resolution that I'm going to have this problem solved. And so they wait till it's 2 weeks before New Year. And all of a sudden, my phone's ringing off the hook. Like, I can't get to it right now. But I think that's the psychology is, it's like tick-tock, tick-tock. You're starting into a new year. I want to start this new year off with all these problems behind me. Let me call Carrie. So that also happens a lot. This year, it's going to be extra busy because I need to make a bunch of videos over at Amazon. So I'll be working 3 jobs this holiday. Here, Amazon, and of course the computer repair stuff for my clients. And I'm probably going to get overwhelmed, and I'm probably going to have some days where I'm impatient because I'm trying to get a bunch done under pressure. And then after the holiday, everything will slow back down. I can take a deep breath, relax a little bit, and we can get everything back to normal again. And then I'll start shipping again after that. So that's the process to look forward to, and we'll see how crazy it gets. And that's why also it's important for me to get Bob Counter's computer. I need to get it out. And Steve in Ohio, I need to get his out, ideally this week, because I know I have a bunch more work coming in. And so if I can get anything out now, this is the time for me to get ready to clear some room, make some room, it's coming. So we'll see how it goes. In the meantime, appreciate you guys tuning in. Blackwatch says thank you to Madi for sharing. Yeah, absolutely. Madi's a great guy. Patrick wants to know, what time will I be live on Amazon? It'll be Friday from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Time. So, yeah, hopefully I'll see you guys in the chat there Friday at Amazon. And I'm going to try and make a bunch of little videos, shorter videos for just products I like, what Amazon calls shoppable videos. Because if I'm going to make commissions on Amazon, this is the time of year to do it. So I'll be focusing a lot of attention on Amazon from Black Friday until December 24th. So if you're not seeing content here, be sure and check out my Amazon page. There's already content there that does not go here. It won't be here. There's content unique to Amazon, and I have content unique to YouTube. And sometimes you'll see the same video in both places, but as I start creating more and more Amazon videos, I don't have any plan to put those here at this time. All right, so thanks again for tuning in. Thank you for all the contributions from all my friends in blue, and thank you to, of course, Peter Laycock and Planet Cryos for his continued support and contributions, and everybody else who's contributed, whose names I can't remember. I apologize for that. And Juan the Panda, Rick Hubbard, thanks you guys so much, all of you. And I will see you all again. I'll be back here tomorrow. I got a lot more content to make, and I hope you'll join me. And hopefully I'll get an earlier start. Enjoy your day if it's just starting. Otherwise, if you're like me, go to bed. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'll see you all very, very soon. Until then, bye for now.